Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create luxury apartment. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. I'll be clicking on the new and then drop down, click on architecture template. For a newer version, you'll be able to choose different units like metric and imperial. In this one, we're using metric. So press OK. So let's click on the save. And then here I'm going to save the file. So I've chosen the location of the file. So I'm just going to put luxury apartment. And then before I click save, there's an option here where you can choose how many backups. So for me, if you're a beginner, I think around 5 to 10 should be good so that you can come back to the file if you mess up with the current. So here I'm just gonna put on 5 and then press OK and then save it here. So once that we finish saving it, you can check your units. So the way you do it is type in UN, and then the units that we're using is millimeters. And then after that, we need to set up the grid lines. This is important so that will be able to coordinate with each other. Plus, we need to set that up so that we can add in all the walls and then columns, probably in the later videos. So now we're under architecture. The grid line icon is right here, and if you type GR, you'll be able to access that immediately. So now we're gonna start for our vertical. So here I'm gonna click on below and then above. Make sure you can see that there's an angle here. Make sure that's 90 degrees. And we're gonna start the number for the vertical. In some instances, that depending on your location, um, it doesn't matter if you put letters or numbers here, but in North America, what I noticed that mostly we put numbers on the vertical and then letters on the horizontal. So that's something that you should check. Also, that depends on the company. So I'm just gonna press escape here twice, and then I could zoom in and click here. And once I click here, I'll be able to access the modify commands, which is right beside my Twinmotion plugin. Here, I'll be able to click on copy. So the shortcut for that is you can type in CO. So that's the shortcut for that. And then from here, I'm gonna grab this again. So I'm gonna click it again and then put it on the right side. So once I start typing and then clicking on enter, it will lock in and it will create another grid line that is number 2 and in sequence. So now I'm just gonna go right here. So I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so that everybody can see. I'm gonna type in 4783. So enter. So now it will be number 2. And then because I didn't click multiple, it will stop like that. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in CO again and then grab it. So click it again and then put it on the side, but you wanna make sure that multiple is checked. So click here and then click on the side again. And then here we're gonna type in 4564 2923 2625, and then you want to make sure that you have enough room to go. So now the next is type in 4258, enter, 2427, enter, 3785, enter, and then pan out again and then put it on the side again because there's more. 5366 3835, enter. I'm just gonna pan out with my copy on the right side. So now the next is 4753 2504 2730 4237 6155. So now we're done with the vertical. We're going to escape twice, and then as you can see, this is the elevation tags. So we could select that and then just move it all the way right here. So let's fix all of them later on and continue with horizontal. So for the horizontal, again, we could just type in GR, that's for the grid line. Once you click on GR, you'll be able to add in an horizontal like that. But if we zoom in, it's stating that it's number 16 grid line. So now we need to press escape and then escape again. And then now we should click on the grid bubble, usually double clicking it. And then you can put in capital A. So once we start capital A below, and then once we add more, it will be B and it will be in sequence again. So here, I'm going to press escape. I'm going to click on this and then CO, that's for copy command, which is right here, and then grab it again and pull it down. So I'm going to pull it down like this so that we could just keep on typing. So 2492, enter, 3516, enter, 3901, enter, and then 1805, 3959, 3579, and then lastly we should just pull it down more. It is 23 0.69. So now we're done. We could press escape multiple times and zoom out. So what I could do is I could select this. So I'm selecting, and then I'm gonna hold on control button and select here so that I can select both of them. We could use move command, or we could just use our arrow key from our keyboard. So I believe that's good enough in the midpoint. And then here, I could just select all of this and then just move it backwards like that. So that's perfect. So now that we finish doing our grid lines on our level 1, what we could do now is move on to our elevation. We're going to set up our levels. So here, I click on south elevation. I'm going to select this levels, and then I'm just going to move it on the side so that it covers everything. So I'm going to select one. If you notice, there is a dash line like this. That indicates that if I pull one of this, it will pull on all of them. So that's a easy way to do that. And as you can see as well here for the levels, you'll be able to pull it as well. So here, I want to have my level 1 to level 2 as 4 millimeters. So that's fine. And then I want to create level 3 and 4. So here, I'm going to select level 1, and I'm just going to create a copy. Make sure multiple is checked. Grab it, and then type in 4000. So level 3 has been created, and then we need level 4. So another 3000. And you want to make sure that the grid line right here is more than the level, or else once you go to that level, it won't be showing the grid line. So here, just an example, I'm going to pull it down all the way to level 2. And if you click level 2, it's missing the grid line. If you go back there, and if you move it more than to the level, it will be seen like that. So just a quick demonstration. Now, if you notice, level 3 and level 4 is missing on our floor plan. The way that it will be shown is you need to go to View, go to Plan View, and then click on Floor Plan. Level 3 and level 2 is available. So now, just click on level 3 like that, and then hold on Shift command and click on level 4. If you have more level, you'll be able to select all of them all together. So now you just need to click on OK. And then here, it's not showing the grid line. So now we need to investigate on other elevations. Here on south elevation, everything is clean and everything is showing. Let's check on north, which is the same. And then now on east, as you can see, this is missing, or it's not onto the level. So now if we click on that, move it upwards like that, if we check on level 4, it will be shown on all of them. check on level or on elevation west, and everything is good as well. So now let's go back to level 1, clean up. So you could close all inactive views by clicking on this, and all together it will be cleaned, and you'll be able to just have the one that you have inactive. Next thing we're going to do is we're just going to add in some dimensions. So the way we do it is you can zoom it like that and then click on dimension or DI. So you can type in DI and then you put dimensions on each of the grid lines like this. So I'm adding the grid line like that. And don't worry, we're gonna move it more upwards like this. And then here we could just pull it downwards like that. And then here we need an overall as well. So you have the individual and you have the overall. Similar here, we need to add as well. So here I'm just gonna move it a little bit on the left side so that we have more space. Here, it didn't go because it wasn't aligned like that. So now if we move it, it's aligned so everything will be moved. So now let's click on dimensions and then add in dimensions like this in each grid line and then on the overall. I'm gonna zoom in so that everybody can see and you can follow along as well. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in this video, we're gonna start by adding walls. So we're gonna add exterior wall. So here, I'm gonna click wall under architecture. I'm just gonna click save, and then now I have a basic wall here, 200 millimeters in thickness. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on edit so that we could duplicate this. In newer Revit, what you can see is you don't have generic anymore. So what you could do is pick an exterior wall similar to this, and from here you can click edit, duplicate, and then let's put this one as exterior. So let's put it as capital exterior wall number 1. After that, click on edit, and then from here we will be able to delete the materials that it's already preloaded here. So what you have is core boundary on the exterior side and then on the interior side, which is right here. In here, we could just change the thickness to 200, and then the materials, let's change it to something white which is a gypsum wallboard. So I'm gonna click a gypsum wallboard. You can double click that and it will be right here on the materials. And then we could click OK and then OK again. And then now we could zoom in. And then here you could change the height. So you would like to connect it to a top layer or top level. And what we're going to choose is level 2 because we're starting at level 1. So from here, you could be able to change it right here at the top constraint or right here. So it was unconnected earlier. We can now change it to this or here. Let's put this one wall center light, or you could choose whatever you want here. You could even choose finish exterior wall, or for me, I like it wall center line because I want it to be in the midpoint of my grid line. And then chain is already checked. This is very important. And then now we'll be able to click right here. So first, we're gonna click on B2. So here we're gonna start in B2. So click it there and then all the way to B15. Go down up to G15, which is right here, and then go back again to G2. From G2, I want you to type in 3150. So we're going to over here 3150 and then we're going to click on B, press escape and escape. Here we could just click here and then we could just drag the wall to connect. Or what you could do is you could type in TR. This is under modify. It's basically this icon, the trim and extend to corner. So if you type TR, you can just click here and there, and it will join both together. Also, if you notice, we only have the bubble, the grid bubbles on one side. What you can do is you can click here and then you can click on the check mark here or the square and you'll be able to have bubbles here as well. If you select this, it won't appear the check mark. So it's basically for individual. It's good, especially when I'm coordinating with you guys, so that you will see which of the grid line I'm clicking. So there is good, and then right here as well. I'm going to zoom in a little bit and just click on the grid line. So once we finish here, let's continue adding interior walls. So again, let's go back to architecture and then click wall again. And then here, what we could do is click on edit type and then duplicate this again. And then now we need to call this one interior wall number 1. Press OK, and then edit type. Let's maintain the thickness of 200. And then for the material, let's change this one to something white as well. And I'll choose plastic for now, but you could choose whatever white you will have here. Then press OK, and then OK. Here, let's start off by adding the corridor. I like to add the corridor first so that I know the separation um, of the units. And here, I have the corridor from D to E. So it's safe to say that I could click on D3 all the way to the 14, going back here and like that. So a big rectangle, but don't you worry, we're still going to move this back and forth later on. I just like to add this one so that we could add in the separation walls. So once that's final, we will be able to move this one back and forth. So now I'm gonna add a wall from D4 up to B4. Okay, and then I will add again on 6, so grid line 6. So that's good. I will add again at from 4 again, from E4 up to G4. And then here again, number 6, E6 to G6. Again, right here at 11 and 12. This is for the stairs. So I'm going to add right here E11 to G11, and then E12 to G12. Here we're going to add more here, so don't worry. So now we're gonna fix the location right here. So we set it up from grid line 3. Now we're just gonna move it 1350 from this side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move it like that, and then I'm gonna measure it from here with the temporary dimension. What I can do is I could click here now 1350. So it needs to be 1350 from this grid line, as you can see right there. Again, right here on the 14, we're also going to push this on the left side now about 1500. So let's push this one right here, and then let's grab this temporary dimension, and then now we could just click here 1500. So now we're good here. Now, for this part, we're gonna open this up. So now, I'm gonna type in SL. So SL is under modify, it's the split element. So I'm gonna click right here in the middle, press escape twice, and then TR, that's trim and extend corner. So now I'm gonna select one side of wall and the other side adjacent to that. Here as well, I'm gonna click here and then click here, it will cut that one. So now this will be an open area and will be the lobby. And then now what I'm gonna do is press escape multiple times and then SL again. This will be click on the middle again. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend. So now what we have is something like this, which is an open area, but we're gonna close it immediately. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select the exterior wall and I'm gonna type in CS. So that's create similar. So this is very useful because we already have the wall exterior wall number 1 already added on the space. So it's easier for me to just select that and then CS, and now we'll be able to add it immediately. And then rather than going back to architecture and then clicking on walls, and once we have multiple different kinds of walls, it's going to be a lot harder to look into that. Where is it? And then you keep on selecting here and scrolling down and forth. So it's easier to just select the wall that you want to add, the kind of wall, CS, and then there we go. We can now select here and then click right here at H4. Once you click on H4, I just want you to add 1000 more. So that's fine. Now click on the other side, which is the grid line 6, and just close it off like that. So we just added 1000 millimeters from the grid line H. So next thing we're going to focus on is in this area, because what I'm going to do is we will have a big 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom right here, and this will be mirrored to each other. So once we create here, we will be able to just mirror, and then we will have the same one on the other side. We're gonna start by clicking on interior wall and then typing CS, that's create similar. We're going to get the midpoint from here, from the corridor, and then just extending this to this wall. So once we have that, what I'm gonna do first is press escape and then escape. We're going to move this wall so that we'll be able to add in doors right here. So in order to do that is we're gonna delete this wall first, and then this wall, probably we could just move this one back. And then let's focus on this spot now. I'm gonna do everything on this area, and then we could just do the mirroring later on. But I wanted to do this because at least it's the same figure now at this one. That's why I just move it there. And then now we could focus on here. We could then now extend this around 400. Okay, undo that. Move this one. This one needs to be 400 from here. So I'm just going to move it like that. And then as you can see here, we have 1805. So if we added 400, we could just add 2205. So now it added on both sides. Now we could just create another, add on another 400. So that will be 2605. So that's perfect. If we check, that's around 400. So that's perfect. Click on the interior wall again. And then now we could connect this one onto this side. So now this wall is connected. We could then add a wall. So it's easier to add a wall and then offset it from there. So here, I'm going to add a wall and then I'm going to click this wall. And it's easier for me to move this one and create a temporary dimension. So I'm going to click here and then I'm going to type in 1523. So that's perfect. I'm going to add in another wall, CS. I'm going to add a wall right here. And then one more. Or later on, we could add it again. So we have 1522. And then click here again. It will be 1481. And then let's add in another one. So CS, that's 1036 or 1036. So as you can see, I just added 1523, that's 1481, and then last we have 1036. So I just added those so that we could prepare to add more and keep on connecting them. So after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this all the way to right here. It will be 1744 from this wall, because this wall right now will be closed. So I'm going to extend it so we will have a room right here. And then now this wall will be 744 from this wall. So let's check. So it's 827. So I could just pull this back. 727, so 744. So now we have that. It moved. And then we're going to add in a 45 degree. So CS again. 45. So just go 135. and that will be the 45 degree. I'm just going to touch up to the grid line right here and then go down again. And then as you can see, we could now trim and extend right here to connect. Here, we could just drag this one all the way to this grid line. And in terms of here, we need to add a wall. So let's click on wall or CS the wall. And this will be around 1700. And then now let's click on this and then extend this. So we could extend actually this to another 1000. So you can select here and then click and type in just 3 here. So just to add 1000 more. And then from there, click on that CS and then create a 45 degree. So it's around 800. Go down. And then from here, we're going to add in a wall from G all the way right here. And it's just going to be in the midpoint right here. And then we could add a wall right here. And that wall will be, let's move this one onto this grid line. And that will be 2145. And then here, we could just move this one a bit. And then move this one up like that. So what I notice is the interior wall, we need to change it to actually the thickness of 100. So I'm going to edit this and then just change this to 100 thickness. And we need to apply that on all throughout. So now the only fix that you need to do is onto this corner. What you need to do is just click on that wall, drag it back so that it's not connecting this one as well. Drag it back like that. So at the moment, that's the only one that is interfering. So what I usually do is I unjoin them. I type in AL, that's under modify, that's align. So AL, I usually align it from the face and then to the face of the wall. Align here and to the face. Now it safely say that you can just connect it like that. So that's the only difference that I want you guys to do again, because I noticed that the walls are very thick and I forgot to tell you guys to change it to 200. So that's a good example of organizing any system walls that you have, so that if you need to change one, it will change on all of them. So now here, I need this height to be around 2493. And then now, this one, we just need to select here, CS, and then connect it like that. And then now we could just pull this one back. So it's just gonna be a closet space right here. So now right here on the other side, I'm gonna select here, CS. I'm gonna add a wall first. And then from that wall, I'm gonna select that. It will give me a temporary dimension. And from there, I could type in the exact amount that I want. So 3673. From there, CS, select that, CS, and then now we could just connect them all together. You can trim it or you just need to drag it to extend. So now we could add in another wall right here. So that wall would be from the entrance. So select interior wall again, CS, and then here I'm just going to add a wall with a dimension of 1329. And then after that, a 45-degree angle, and that will be so the angle is 135 and that's a 45-degree, and then the distance is 1422, and then now just connect it. So we have this layout now. So on the next video, we're going to continue working on this. I know it's a lot, but it's definitely worth it, especially that we already added walls and we could basically just mirror it later on. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were concentrated on this area. Now we're gonna continue working on this and we're gonna add some fixtures. So now, what we could do is we could add in some doors so that you guys can visualize what we're trying to do here. And then you could see the rooms that we're trying to add. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna click on door. This is a preset already door that is default in Revit. So what we have here is this single flush door. Um, I'm looking at this 813 by 2134, and that will be perfect for this. So for the entrance door, I'm going to add it right about here. And then space bar, and let's add this door right here. And then after that, let's add a door right here into the masters. And then here we could add in a smaller door. So what we could do is let's add it the 762 door. So this door, so we could fix this by just doing that, lodging it in place. And then what we could do is we could just move this one backwards like that so that everything will fit perfectly. So we have two kinds of door now. CS, this door will be opening for this area. And what we could do is we could just add the same door as the 762. A smaller door right about here. And then a door right here. So I think it will be wiser for us to just use the 762 so that it is uniform on all. So what you do is select the doors that you put in as 813 and then click on drop down and then click on the 762. And now everything will be 762 now. So that's easy to do like that. Easy to change as well. So now what we could do is we could add in some walls again. So for this wall, it will be for the washroom or the ensuite. So click on the interior wall, CS, and then let's add that wall right here. Press escape multiple times, zoom in, and here the purpose of that is to have our dimension right here, the temporary dimension, and then let's type in 1521 like that. So we will have an opening here and then an opening right here as well. So click on the wall again, CS, and let's add in a wall. And that wall, we just need to add it like this, not too much, maybe on the grid line like that. And that for that dimension, I want you to put 10, 20. So we have a dimension right here as well and a wall. So now another, so CS, add it here onto this wall like so. Click here and this one will be 1265. So this will be the closet on this side for the entrance. And then this will be a shower, walk-in closet, vanity, like a dresser, and then the toilet right here. So now what we could do is we could add in the closet door. So we need to go to insert, load family, and go into doors. Let's go to residential, and then here let's look for the sliding double sliding 2-panel wood. Press open, and then for me, I like to add all of them, so I select the top and then hold on shift, select the bottom to highlight everything, and then press OK. Now that we have that, we can go back to architecture and click on door. It will go straightly to the type of door that we added recently. Here we can add the sliding door to the location of our closet. So here I'm gonna add one right so the sizing is perfect for this. Let's add in a sliding door right here. It's also perfect for this area, and then this one as well. But here what you can see is it's over. So right now I'm just gonna click it and add it there. It will give me a conflict that the adjoining wall is interfering and it's basically over the capacity. So now I'm going to select this, edit type. I'm going to duplicate this and then change this to, so the name, it depends on you. For me, I'm just going to maintain the name but change it to the width that I want to. So this is the width and this is the height. Here, I'm going to put this one to 1000. Press OK and make sure to change this one as well. So now this is 1000 as well. It will change the width of the double panel sliding door. So now it will fit like that. And if you see, you added the different variations of sizes here as well. So that's easy it is to edit um, the walls or a type of Revit family. Here, let's go to insert again and then load in the pocket door. So I think this is the pocket door wood. Click open. Again, select everything by clicking there at the top and then holding shift and clicking on the bottom. Press OK and yes, you want to continue, yes. It's just saying that you selected so many. Do you really want to do that? And then obviously we need to add that. Here I'm adding the pocket door. And as you can see, again, it's too big for the area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the pocket door and then duplicate that. And I just want 1000. So I'm going to change the name to 1000 so that everything is uniform. And then 1000 again. Press OK. And as you can see, we have 1000 like that. And then now I can select that CS and then add it here as well. Now we have pocket doors on this side and this side as well. And we'll be able to use the walls right here without interfering with the pocket doors. Because the pocket door is the one that goes inside the wall. So now I'm just checking if we did everything correctly. And then now, let's go to annotate. We need to add detailed information or just a detail on the detailed line for the storage or the closet. So go to annotate, click on detailed line, and then here instead of 10 lines, what I have at the moment is demolish, which is a broken line. And then here we could just add a demolish line like so. And then again, another one. Here as well, let's add a demolish line. And then here as well. I know it's over, so let's just pull it back like so. And then here as well. CS, let's add it here as well. And it depends on you how far you want to put it, but at least just adding that will give the sense of there's rod there, there's shelving there, those kind of stuff. We're going to add detail here as well for the closet or the walk-in closet. Let's add in one dash line or demolish line like so. And then in the front, we're going to add another detail line, which is a thin line. And then here, CS again. And then let's add one line like that. So that looks nice. We can add a line like here representing a work surface. And then we could just add a chair later on. Here, we could add in the shower, the vanity, and the toilet as well. So let's go back to insert, load family, and go back to the main. Here, let's go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and let's add in the water closet first, and then the toilet to the domestic. Press open, and then here, I like loading it individually because of the reason that it's easier for me to type in CM and then adding it instantly like that. Because if you keep on loading all of them at once, the chances here is you need to go to architecture, click on the component, place the component, and then look for it. So it will be a lot harder for you to keep on looking for it instead of just typing CM. And as you can see, once you have loaded a lot or inserted a lot of families, this will be very hard to look. You can use search, but do you know the name of the, as you can see, we have M underscore toilet. So you need to put the M first so that it will search there. If you type in toilet, it's probably gonna appear, but you never know. So at least by just loading it uh, once at a time, it will be easier for you to see or to load it here. Now, what I see is I see the toilet domestic 2D. It's showing that it's very big on the area, and I know that this one is too big. So what you can do is you can select it and then edit the family. What you need to do now is select all of them like so. So what I do here is select this one or select the scale first, then select all of them. And then right click. I think that's how I do it. Yeah, so the way that I do it is I click on scale first, select all of this, and then click on spacebar. It will then go to the mode of scaling it. So what you do is you select here and then the overall and then just pull it back afterwards. it will scale on everything like that. So I'm just gonna scale it a bit off that, around 600. That will be perfect. And then here, you just need to load it to the project. Do you want to save it to the M toilet? I don't want to save it because I want the original. So it will still change on level 1, but I just don't want to change it to the file. Now here, you just need to click on override existing version and its parameter. Now it will change like that. If you hover, it will it will show the silhouette, but it's only for once you're hovering on that space. Now it's perfect for the size. And then now we just need to go back to insert again, load family, or we could just go back, select here, CS, so that we could just add the same one onto this spot. I think that's better. Here, go to insert again, go back, and then let's add in the shower. Let's add this one, click open, and then type in CM. Here we could change. So the way we change it is, let's check the dimension from the wall. So here I click on spacebar to select that wall, and spacebar here to select that wall. That's 1165. Click on this wall up to this wall, 853. Now select here, edit type. You can duplicate this so that you don't change the default. So we could do that. I'll just put this one as number 2. And then now we could just do 1165 and then 853. It doesn't matter which one because you could just rotate it afterwards. So now press escape, click on this, and then rotate. So RO, or this icon under modify. RO, let's rotate, and then let's just rotate it right here. You can type in 90 degrees. So that's perfect. And then select it again, and then move. MV is for the move. We could select it right here and then connect it right there. Now it's perfect for this area. We could now then delete the dimensions that we created, and now this is imperfect for this. Let's click on load family again, go back here. Let's look for the sink and then look for a vanity. Let's add in the round, or the square is much better. You can scale this one if it's too big. So click on open, and then similar CM. And as you can see, it's too big for the area. So what we could do is we could just add this one first. Press escape multiple times. Select this, edit type, go to the reference level, and then you can go to modify, select scale, select this one, and then spacebar, go to the each end of this, and then basically make it small. So around 300. Let me figure this out. Okay, so section, select, spacebar, this portion, and then this portion, around 300. And then I just deleted that, load it again. I'll say no, and then override existing version. Now it's smaller and perfect for the area. Select that, CS, rotate it using spacebar. So now we could add in two of them, like so. And then we could add in the detailed lines. So CS, and then add the detail lines like so. And then add it here as well. Okay, so we added it, and then we could just move it onto the center of the space. That's perfect. And then let's go back here, load family, and then go back again. And then now we could add in the bathtub. We could just add in 2D. And then here, once we load it, CM, load it like that. As you can see, it's too big. Let's go and check the dimension. Spacebar, 1381. Select this one. Edit type. You could duplicate this. Number 2. And then you could just add in 1381. And then for the how big it is, let's just minus that 740 will be good enough. Now we could just, I'm just pressing the space bar so that it rotates, or you could just click on the flip. So you could flip it and then click on that again and then click on move to move it onto the corner for a perfect width, and then just select moving everything like that. Now we could delete this and it looks perfect now. Lastly, let's load in the washer and dryer. So let's go back here and go to specialty equipment. It will be under the domestic and then mid-range, and then let's load in the dryer and washer combo. After that, CM, and then let's just add it right here. Select here. I don't want the label to be shown, so you could click on edit and check the show label, apply, and then OK. Here what we could do is we could add in something for the closet right here, or just a regular line, and then select here another line like that. So I'm using CS so that I could easily adds different lines right here. And that's for organization for that. So in the next video, we're gonna continue working on kitchen. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were focused on this area, and now we're gonna continue working on this. We're going to add the kitchen. So here, I'm gonna select the interior wall, number 1, and then type in CS. And then here, I'm just going to add another wall that is connecting here. It will be around 546. And then I'm going to add another one, same size, so you'll be able to see the dash line that indicates that it is parallel to each other. And then we should just close it by adding another wall. So that's perfect. We will have our pantry there. And then now what we could do is we could go to insert, load family, and then go to specialty equipment, and then domestic, mid-range, and then let's go and look for our refrigerator. Let's add this one, press open, and then type in CM, and then just add the fridge right there. Select the fridge again, click on edit type so that we don't want to show the show label anymore. We want to remove that, so that's perfect. Here, what we can do is we can add a door. So click here, CS. The door is too big for this, but what we can do is just add it for now. Or let's go here at the door because it's giving us an error. So instead, just add in a much smaller. So we need to edit this one again, duplicate, and then let's add in 600 for the pantry door. Press OK, and then now for the width, 600. So that's perfect. And then let's just add it like so. So it looks like it's still too big for that. So click on the door, edit this, and then let's rename this to 500 instead. And then 500 here again. And then let's just add it here. That's for the pantry door. So that looks better. For the fridge, let's edit this one. It's too big, so we could just change it right here. So the width is 900, the height is perfect, and then the depth, let's change this to 700. And then the width, let's change this to 800. For me, you can just duplicate it if you want, but I know that this will be the fridge that I'm gonna be using on all throughout. So I could just CS this from here on out. I want to align it, AL, and then there we go. So now let's add in more. So go to insert, load family, And then let's add in a gas range. So click on open, and then for the gas range, CM again, and then add the range onto this spot. Move it a little bit. You can squeeze it in like that. For the width, it's still too wide, so maybe I could just do it as 750, and then align it again to the corner there. And then let's not show the show label. So that's perfect right there. I want to add the sink. So, or we could add in a dishwasher as well. So let's add a dishwasher before we add the sink so that we have everything completed here. So CM once you load, and then add it right about here. I'm going to remove the label by clicking on the edit and then unchecking the show label. And then here, let's load the sink. So we need to go back to the main and then go to plumbing, architecture, equipment. Sorry, we need to go back to fixtures and then sink. And then we have kitchen, we have double, single. Let's add in, I think double will be fine. So click on open and then let's add it. So CM spacebar multiple times and then just add it right beside the dishwasher. And then here we could edit this by changing the depth and the width. So here I'm gonna change this to 750 and then the depth I want it to be 400. So the depth I'm gonna change this to 500. So that's perfect. I think that's perfect for the space. And then now we just need to connect them by adding some detailed lines. So here I'm going to add a detailed line like so. So I'm just estimating it at the moment for the depth. So here let's add 990 and then move it like that and then give it some space. And then let's align it to this wall. And then that looks perfect. We could have the same one. So I'm gonna mirror this. And then just move it like that. And then trim this, TR, then TR. So that looks perfect. We could just nudge this one a little bit. And then let's add in a detail line at the top, CS, that represent the cupboards. So here, adding like that. So this is around 320. So that's fine. let's get 350. 350. So that's fine. 350 on all around. Here we could just move it like that. And then let's nudge this one in the front, representing the dishwasher. And that looks perfect. We have the pantry, the kitchen is done. And then I'm just double checking everything. It looks good. Now we can mirror this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select everything by using my left and then just holding on it. And then I'm going to unselect. So by holding on shift, and I'm going to select the ones that I highlighted. And then here I'm going to unselect this one as well. So now it will be just copying the ones that I needed, even this one, because this we have it right here. And then I want to make sure that I'm going to use mirror draw axis because I want to make sure that this is in the midpoint right here. Don't worry about that. Now we could just move this one back like that, just a bit. So that looks perfect. Exact copy. Maybe we missed some of this, but we could just, so around this spot. So this one, we could just extend it. Once we extend this, we could just add in the door as well. So just double check, check if everything is there, especially the detailed lines and the doors. So it's a good idea to review all the drawings, and then that looks good. I'm happy. And in terms of the corners right there. Now I'm gonna focus on the lobby and then the stairway, because here we could add in the wall again. So CS, I'm gonna use interior walls, and then I'm going to add this one like so, but we're just going to over just a little bit, probably around 2800. So it's actually a lot. So I'm gonna click it on F5, and then I'm going to type in 2800, and then from there go horizontal 1765, go down again, and then close it off like that. And then grabbing this, we could just go down, but what we could do is we could add in the wall below. So this is should be around, I'm gonna grab this from this grid line, it's supposed to be around 960. So that's perfect. And then here we could just extend. We have the elevator right here, and then we will have some storage right here. And then let's add one more right here. I'm gonna click here and move it, and then around 2145. In this one, I'm going to add in a detail. So I'm going to use a thin line as well, CS. Um, Obviously, we're going to add a door here, but I want to add the detail for the elevator. So usually it's square or rectangle like this. And then you need to put an X mark. And then we just need to add in the door that we're going to do later on. And then here, we are going to extend this one like that. Okay. So now we have our stairs here. We're going to use the same 8762 door right here and then onto here as well. Let's add in some details. So X mark as well. So there's mechanical stuff, plumbing as well, that's going on these areas. This one we could add in a very small one similar to this. This is for the chute. CS. So the pantry door, let's add in the pantry door right here. Usually it's just a hinge door. What we could do is we could add a circle instead. So go to annotate, detailed line, and then circle. That will represent the chute. So that's perfect for that. If we get a different door that represents the chute, if I find one, I'll probably gonna use it. But now, for now, we can have it like that. And then here, this is below, open below. So we need to add in an X mark as well. So most of the time, when you have an open below or open above, you need to put in an X mark to represent those. And sometimes you put text, a small text, open to above or open to below. But this one, we could use it because we have the same layout as the one above. So this will be appropriate for the second floor. But because we're going to add doors, we don't need to. So we could pull this one back like that with the same interior wall. Let's add the vestibule right here and also move this one a little bit like so. Estimate it around 2000 from that wall, from this wall. So we have enough space for the vestibule. And then this will be the lobby. So that X mark, we're gonna do that for the second floor. And then here we can add in a stairs. So let's go and add in by going to architecture, stairs. So from level 1 to level 2. So let's add the stairs like that. We need to have a space for the landing, usually around 1000 to 500. And then I'm seeing that there's too much desired numbers right here. I think we could choose to go with 15 only. So after that, click on run, move some space, and then for the landing, add some space as well. If you click it here, so what I do first is click at finish, and then from there, I move it to the space. So we have a landing right here and a proper landing as well right here. But we need around 1000 to 1500. So I'm gonna go edit, and then let's see the size of that. I want to see the sizing. So let's measure or check the dimension. So it's only 761. Might as well change this to 1000. So that's better. So 1000, it gives me a lot of room. So 15 desired steps, and then halfway you will need to have a landing. But that's depending on your building code. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load the elevator door now. And don't worry, I'm gonna provide this one as well. So here, I'm just gonna put it on the proper side, and then I'm gonna click like that. So that looks perfect. And I'm gonna provide that later on. Usually I put it in the part 1 description. I put a link there and all of the stuff. Then I'm gonna add the same stairs onto the other side, which is right here at 11 and 12. And I will need to extend this one. And then here, this door, I'm gonna CS this and add an exit door right here. For the double door, I'm gonna do that later on. And then here, I'm going to extend it all the way right here. So we need to do a split again, SL, TR, and then click on the exterior wall, CS. I would like to use that again and go from the corners like that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this out. As you can see, the faces are not aligned. AL, select here, and select there. Select here and select there. And then join them all together again by just dragging. Now, I'm going to just add this one. So copy. I'm going to pick it up from the corner and then just drag it right there. I'm going to use the same exit door, CS. and I'm going to put it on this side. And then from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to break this off SL to put some opening TR to trim it out, and then I'm going to close this off. So CS, add this one right here, and then I'm gonna add a door right here or a wall right here. I'm gonna select this, and then from the grid line right here, I'm gonna put in 22, 20. So that's perfect. And then here I'm gonna select this wall, and then from this wall I'm gonna select 1165, and then I'm going to TR this, trim and extend. So that's perfect. I'm gonna select this CS. I'm going to add in the door right here and then right here. So now that looks perfect. We have the stairs done there. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish this one, and then we mirrored it, and then we fixed the lobby and the staircase right here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's do this area. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select the interior wall again. I'm gonna zoom in and then type in CS. Let's add in some of the walls like so. So this one's easy because it's under the line. This one as well, under the line. But we need to just click it here and then just add a wall like so. Zoom it and then click the wall. From here, I want you to click it. I want you to move your temporary dimensions. If it's not here, click this one and type in 3630. So 3630, and then I want you to connect this one and join them all together. So now that's our space right here. So we need to click again, CS, add a wall right here, and then select that wall. I want you to make sure that your temporary dimension is connected to this grid line, which is the number 8 grid line. Select this one, 1070. So now we have a wall right here. So now I want to focus on this one. We're still gonna add more walls, but let's add the walls right here. This one will be going under here, and then what I want you to do is press escape multiple times. We need to move this back around 500 from here. So once we do that, So around 500. So now, so if I select this, so minus 500. So that's 1927, but it needs to be on the other side. So undo that. So here minus 500. So that's 3758. So we just move this one 500. At the same time, this one moves as well. Here, what I'm gonna do is let's put this one at 1870. So that's perfect. And then let's add in some walls. So here I'm gonna add one wall. So this wall will be 1433. So just check 1433 from this grid line. And then let's pull this back. Sorry, let's add something right here. So you can pull this back, and then we should just add around around 850 more. So let's add around 2150. So that's good enough. After that, select this, add in a wall, and then here we could just decide later on depending when we put the top right here. So we could just move it backwards and off. That's just a storage right there. And then here, CS, add this wall right here. This wall should be around, so this will be our reference. So it should be around 1940. So this one, it needs to be covering this one, needs to be 1870 from there. So that's why it's having, that's why we're changing it because of that. This one we can just move back and forth once we add in the top. So that's just a storage. And then we can extend this one. So around 600 will be good. That's only for the closet right there. This will be our main entrance. So for the main entrance, we'll give in some notch so that it doesn't be like that. So we're just gonna give some nudge. SL, and then just pull this back. And then this one can be the wall 700 wall. So we could have an entrance right here, a door entrance. And then here we will have our fridge and then our stove. Also, we will have a pantry right here. So I'm going to add a wall first because it's easier for us to add the exact dimension. So that's this one's 925, and then select this one. This should be going to this reference, and then this one 1455. So this will be our um, pantry that is connected to our kitchen. We'll be adding a wall. So CS, another wall right here. This will be 2345 from this reference. 2345, and that's perfect. Then this will be the walk-in closet, and then we have the, the bedroom right here. So now let's add in more information right here. So the fridge, CS, let's add the fridge. That's perfect. Here, let's add stove around in the middle, like that. And then we can add both of this by clicking on copy. They have in the same orientation, so that's perfect. So we could just add it right there. And then let's add in the doors and then the pantry door. I'm gonna do the pantry door first. CS, but actually for this one we could just add in the regular doors that we're adding. I think it's big enough. So here I'm gonna add this one. It could be on other side, but I think it's too big. Going like that. And then add a door right here. A smaller door as well. A door right here as well. And a door on this with the same orientation. Change it a bit like that. And at least you're seeing what we're doing. CS. You could add some mechanical area right here. And then let's add in some toilets. So the toilet will be going right here and then right here. So the bathtub, CS, will be going on this. So it looks perfect like that. Flip it on the other side. Click it again, move it, MV, so that it's exactly on the corner. Let's align this, AL. Select the tub first and then the wall. Select the tub and then the wall so that it's perfect on that location. And then for the shower, let's add the shower right here. So now it's, as you can see, it's easier and it's faster for us to do because we have all the equipments already placed. All of them are the same size. This one we could move it, we could change it more if we want, so that it can maximize the space. But as you can see, it's very easy now to do. This one, we could do another shower 2, duplicate, shower 3, 1535. 1535, press OK. And now it's perfect like that. You can now delete that. And it doesn't bother the other one because we duplicate it. So that's how easy it is to do. Um, we can add in the pocket doors, CS that, and then add the pocket doors right here, and then right here as well. So that's perfect. And then the vanity, let's add in the vanity, space bar for the different orientation, and then space bar again to change the orientation right here. We could add 2 of them at this location. And then now we can add this one, washer and dryer as well. We can add it onto this. And then we could add in some shelvings. So we could add this detail like that. Move it a little bit. And then this one, CS. So add that detail. Now for the closet, we could add this one as well. It looks perfect for the spot right here. And then let's add in the detailed lines. Like that. We need to finish the kitchen details. So thin line to add, and then move it back like that. And then we have a kitchen island right here. So CS, let's use rectangle. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push it back like that, and then push it right on the edge like this. I'm gonna click on tab so that I could maneuver it, make it a bit small, push it this one upwards like that, and then let's add in this. So that looks much better. And then here, cupboards at the top, even at the top of the fridge for spacing. And then for the pantry, what we did um, here for the pantry right here, we forgot to add in some detail, and then add a detail like that. Now we should add a detail like this one right here. So an L. And then another detailed line, the demolish that we did, that we used. So that's perfect. And then obviously we need to add in details for our vanity top, and then here as well. So that's perfect. We could just move this one for spacing. So this one looks good. I don't think we miss anything. So we have the doors and all of those stuff. We could also insert the bed. So go back to furniture. So go to the main, look for furniture, and then beds. I usually use bed box, M bed box, CM. Usually ask you to use double. I'm gonna use queen. I'm gonna rotate this by pressing spacebar, and then I'm gonna add those. And then for the smaller, um, so here I'm gonna add bed as well, and then bed here as well. This is just a mirror of that. And then now for the smaller, we could just add a smaller bed like this, and a bed like here. We could use double right here, and the mirror as well. Here, double is good enough as well. So that looks good. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we focused on this area. Now we're gonna work on this, and here we're gonna start off by adding a wall. So CS, let's add a wall right here, and then this wall, press escape again, and then click on the wall that we added. You can change it to this as a reference, and the dimension for this is 1320. After that, we're going to add a wall horizontal to this, and then this one, I'm gonna click on this, and this will be referenced under the grid line right here. Click on it, and then it should be around 765. And then now we could just trim and extend, and then we're going to add another wall, still an interior wall like that, and then let's just add the box like this. And then we're gonna worry about the dimensions once we created this. So select this wall. Now this wall should be around 1734, and then this is perfect. It's aligned to this wall. If you want to check, you can AL and then here, and it's aligned. For the depth of this, select this wall and then select this dimension. You want to put 2060, and then there you go. and then here CS, and then add a wall right in the middle right here. This wall, we need to extend it later on, but here we're going to push this back around here, similar to here, so that we have some space for the entrance. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select the wall CS and then add it here. And then what we're gonna do is type in SL split element. Press escape and then escape. And then here we're going to type in TR. So trim and extend and trim and extend there. Press escape and then escape again. Select this wall. This should be around 420. So we have a nook there for the entrance. And then select the wall again, CS. We're going to add a wall right around here. And then select that wall. It needs to be referenced on this. So select this, and then it should be around 1848. And then now we should TR, trim and extend. And then we could just add an extra 500 right here. So I'm just estimating it around 500. If you want to be exact, you could check on that. So that's 700, so a little bit like that. Around 700 probably is good enough. So let's put it back like that. Because this will be the kitchen area. This is a den. So we're going to put a pocket door. This will be the laundry. So now, let's add in some doors so that we can visualize where everything is. So here, I'm going to add in the door right here. Another door. Spacebar to change the orientation. Here as well. Add the door right here. Let's add in a pocket door, CS, all the way right here. So for the den, and then we have the laundry right here. And then we could add a door as well, same door, CS, and put it right there. So here, we could add in the toilet. And then we could add, so select this, CS, and add in, so spacebar, I want it to be focused on this, and then just move it like that. This space here, we could use this as plumbing area. So it needs to be having some plumbing there. So spacing should be included there. And then after that, add in the vanity. We could add 2. And then here we could just move it somewhere here. So we have a proper spacing. That should be good. And then we could extend or add in something like that. So just click on this one. I mistakenly pressed something that reveals that. And then let's add in a closet right here. So for the closet, we're gonna add in the sliding door, same as here. And we could add in the bed, CS. We could move this one right about here for the bed. This would be living room, and then this will be kitchen. Let's add in the fridge, CS. And let's put it in the corner. So the estimate of the wall here is a bit perfect. So something like that will be good enough. And then let's add in the range. And this will be an L-shaped kitchen, CS. Let's add it right here. And then add this one somewhere right here. And then we just need to add some detailed lines. So we could add it like that. I want it to be flush. So I'm just adding a bit like that there. And then for the cupboards, let's add the dash line. And let's add it at the top right here. All the way right there. And let's just move it just in the middle like that. I want to add some detailed lines onto the closet. So that's perfect. And then here we could flip this one backwards like this. And then we could add in some shelvings onto this side. So I'm just gonna move this one all the way to the edge so I can just align it like that. And then I'm going to add some detail lines. CS. And then CS right here. And then another detailed line for the top right here. So I'm just double checking if we have everything. So that looks good. One thing I'm gonna do as well is to add the same layout onto this side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select everything like this. And as you can see, it highlight everything. I'm just gonna select this wall. I'm gonna hold shift and then select this wall because I want to unselect that. And then this wall as well. And then this wall. Those are the ones that we don't need to add on this side. Now, I'm gonna go click on copy and then copy it from the corner. You need to uncheck constraint because when we have it checked, you cannot push it onto the side. So uncheck that, and then you'll be able to handle it anywhere else. Now, by just selecting on the corner, and then here, SL, so we need to split that TR onto that corner, and then this corner. And now we have exactly the same layout on this side. So that's perfect. We can then continue to another suite. So let's zoom in here and let's add in the same wall. So I'm gonna add a wall right about here and then click it on the grid line C7 and then over it 200 and then close it off. So just over it 200, maybe around 240 should be much better. 240. And then at the same time, let's add this wall right here and then another wall right here. Those distance, so I'm gonna select this. This would be the grid line reference. So I'm gonna click on here and this will be 3350. So that's perfect right there. And then I want to select this and I want to reference it to this grid line. And this one should be 2263. So that's perfect right there. And then here, we're going to add in the same wall and then just aligning it right here. CS, another wall right about here. So I want to double check if we align it properly. So I use AL and then AL here. So now it's perfectly aligned. And then here, I want this to be, so select this one. From this wall or to this grid line, I want this one to be 1569. And then I want to have a wall around here. And then this one should be, let's add this as a reference. So it should be 1123. And then for this, we should just push it upwards like this. This is where we're gonna put the tub. So we could just um, check it later if it's over or short. Here, I'm gonna type in SL and then trim this one. So now we have this kind of wall system like that. And at the same time, we're going to add in another wall, CS, and then this wall, I want to connect it onto this wall, and then this should be around 1421. And then CS, I want it to be pushed back a little bit. So I'm going to add a wall right here, TR, trim and extend, and then this wall should be around 1954. And then here, I want to add the same wall, same similar wall type, and then the same distance as well from this wall. So the distance between this wall should be, I want this one to be reference onto this wall. So let me move this. So that's perfect. This one should be 1385. And then here, I'm just gonna extend this one around 700, like that. And then SL, and then TR. And then here, CS, we're going to add a wall right here. In that wall will be around, reference on this wall should be 1493. So now we have some space. So I want to add a pocket door. Let's try and add a pocket door right here. So instead of pocket door, I'm just gonna add in a sliding door. So that's perfect right here. And then let's add in the pocket door onto this spot. And then just move this one a bit like that. So we have a den or the laundry right here. This is a walk-in closet or just a closet. So CS, and then let's add in a line. Okay. And then let's add in the laundry right here. And then add some shelvings as well. And then some detailed lines so that it looks proper. Let's move this one to the corner and V. So that's perfect right there. So now what we could do is add in the doors. So the main door would be looking like this. And then we have a door right here for the bedroom, another door for the bedroom, And then here's the washroom. And then we could add in a sliding door for this spot. Let's add in the same lines. I could just copy that. And then we could just stretch it out. And then here, let's add in so a AL. Let's put this one onto this spot. And then here we could just extend this like I said earlier. So that's perfect there. Let's add in some toilet. This one facing like that. And then some vanity. Okay. CS. And then let's add in some detailed lines for the top. And then here, let's add in the fridge, which will be located on here. And then let's add in the stove right about here. And then the sink would be right here. I think this is perfect. And then here for the dishwash. And then let's add in some detail lines. I'm going to align this. And then detail lines again. CS. Perfect. And then some another detail line, the broken lines. And then here for the cupboards. So that looks good. We could use this bed as well. And then add that bed right there. That's good enough space. And then here, we could just see as this. And then add this bed. It's good enough size bed for this area. We could put this one like this, so depending on them, it's a good size. So now we're finished here. We're gonna continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in this video, we're gonna continue working on this and we're gonna focus on this suite. So here, around 9 and 10, grid line. We're going to focus on this area, and we're going to create a 2-bedroom apartment. So with that, click on the wall, type in CS, and just add a wall right here on the 9 um, grid line, and then you will need to be just add the same wall right here. So basically, you could just extend this one as well, but I rather just add one as well. And then we need to create another wall right here. So I'm adding this wall, and I want to move the temporary dimension to the 10th grid line and just put 345. And then similar here, we're going to add another wall, and then TR, trim and extend. I rather add the wall right here now so that we could close off. So let's click this wall, CS, and then add a wall right here all the way down to the corridor. Click on this one, and then here, um, reference grid line 11, click on the dimension, and then you could just type in 1345. So that's our boundary wall right there. Now you can extend this one all the way to that wall. So now this is our bedrooms. We created our bedrooms right there. Now click on here, CS, add a wall all the way up to the corridor. Click on this wall, and this is from reference the boundary wall that we created, 2581 or 80. And then click on the wall, CS, add a wall right here, and then another wall right here, and a wall right there. So click on this wall. I want you to reference the wall that we have right here, and this will be around 1570. This wall will be 895. It referenced this wall, and then click on this wall. I want it to be referencing here, so I'm going to move this one or this one right there, and then select this. This should be 1650. Okay, so now that's good. Let's also add walls on this. So I'm gonna add a wall like here. Sorry. So just add a wall, CS, add a wall right here, and then like that. Don't you worry, I'm gonna give you the dimensions for that. It's easier for me to add the sheep first before moving everything else. So here, I'm gonna select this one. I'm gonna reference this wall right here. Okay, so now I'm referencing this wall. I'm gonna push this out by selecting this and then typing 2300. After that, Let's select this wall. I want to reference this wall to this grid line, which is number 9 grid line. Select this one and then type in 1155. Okay. And then here, we're just going to extend this wall like that, and then add in some walls like this. Some linen closet right here. I'm gonna select this wall. I want it to be around 1450. And we can move it once we put the tub here, and if it doesn't fit, we could just move this one. So that's fine. And then here, we're good. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in some doors so that we could visualize everything. Add a door right here, a door here, a door right here, space bar, and then you can move your cursor depending on the side that you want. And then one more right here. And then here we could add one, but a smaller one. And then let's add in a wall. So I'm going to extend this wall all the way there. And then CS, this wall, this is for the closet. So roughly around 750 will be good. And then for that closet, I'm going to grab this CS and then add. And then for the linen, let's add this. And then some pantry. We're going to add a smaller. So let's look for this one, CS. Let's add this one right here, and then the pantry like that. For this one, let's move this one around 880 instead. I want to have more space right here. And then let's add in the equipments. So the laundry will be on this spot. And then the tub, CS, let's add the tub right here. And then we could just move this one. MV to move. So MV, get it from the corner up to there. If you want to align it perfectly, AL, give it some gap first, AL, like that. So it's easier to move. And then some toilet, CS, add it right here. And then I'm gonna add one right here. The pocket doors, where we need to add the pocket doors. So I'm gonna grab this door, CS, and then move it here and here. Let's move it around in the middle like that. Let's align it so that It looks perfect. So that's good. And then now let's figure out our kitchen. And then here, let's add an opening. So CS. I think around 435, similar to here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reference this by adding. So I'm gonna add a smaller door right here. CS. And then for the size of here, 1435. So here we could put it around, reference this wall around 400, or let's align it from this one. There. TR or SL first and then TR. And then the same add right here. And then for the gap here, I'm thinking, or the length here, around 700 or 770 would be good. Because that is for our kitchen, CS or copy CO. Let's just copy here because it's linear and it's aligned there. AL. And then here we could just copy this. I'm gonna copy CO and grab it from that. And from here I'm gonna just put it there and just extend this one. It's much easier to do because everything is linear here, so we could just extend. And then here we could extend it more so that we have more space. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, or we could just mirror. So I'm assuming this is the midpoint, and then from here I'm just gonna drag it right there. So basically we're just copying everything, CO, because it's already there, so might as well just do it, right? It will make my life easy and for you guys as well. So here, and then now we could put in the details. Same. Let's not forget the vanity for the toilet. CS. I'll put it right here. And then toilet right here. And then I just want to double check the size. I'm gonna check this one because I want to double check. Yes, this is too much. So I just need to move it to 350. That's fine. We could just move this one. So it's a much better spacing. And then here we could add in a bigger door. And then here we could just add some storage at the top. And then here as well, storage at the top for the pantry. And then here, let's finish up. So I'm just selecting it, CS. It's a lot easier. And then here, same. We have some closet. Let's move this more. And then here, CS again. And then TR here. CS. There we go. So those extra details will give it a much more or a better understanding of the area. And then here, we're going to put a shower. So CS, and I'm gonna put it right there. And that's I'm going to align there. And then here, CS, I'm just going to add this one for plumbing purposes. And then we could just put our beds. Same orientation as before. There we go. So now we're finished here. I'm going to just copy this one. And we're good with this. I think we add everything. So the good thing here is we could just copy this wall or this suite because it's the same as the one on the right side. Just don't copy this one, but grab it from that corner. So copy and then click on that. Remove the constraint. So uncheck that and then click on this side. Now we have this one right here. And then we could just extend this one somewhere like that for now. And then here, we're going to extend this one all the way. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in this video, we're gonna try and finish the last suite here, and then this one will be the gym. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna zoom in here, select this wall, CS, and then add a wall right here. So in terms of dimension, I'm gonna give it to you later on. So now here, I'm gonna select this wall. I want it to be referenced onto this grid line number 14. This will be 2635, and then this one I want it to be referenced to this grid line, and then I want 130, and then here I want to reference it to the grid line again, and then select this dimension 1150, and then trim and extend TR, and then here we could just move this one all the way backwards like that, and then here we're going to add another wall. So this wall, I'm gonna add it like that for now, and then from here I'm gonna select, and then I want it to be referencing this grid line. Select this one, 3180. This one, I want it to be referencing the grid line, so I'm gonna move this one, and then I want it to be 820. So now it's looking like that. And then here, I want to add a closet around 680, and then the width is 1690. Close it off. So that's our closet right there. And then here, we're going to add, so this wall, I want it to be joining. So for now, let's add it like around 1100 from this wall. Select this again, and then 1100. And then after that, I want to just connect this one. So this, we could just add it 450 from the wall, and then CS, and then just connect it like that. And then here, we just want another 680 for a closet. So now, let's add in the doors so that we could see the layout properly. spacebar, and then here add facing this one as well, spacebar to change orientation, and move your cursor from inner to outer to change the side. Okay, let's add in the bed so that you guys will see which one are we adding to, and also we could add a smaller bed right about here. There we go. I want to have or to add a closet right here. So I'm just going to extend it like that and then close it off. To be honest, I want to extend it more. So CS on this wall, and then we could just add it and then trim and extend. So this is around 750. Let's add in the closet door and add it right there. Let's add a annotation or detailed lines. That's perfect. I'm going to get the washer dryer combo, and we could add the washer dryer right here, and that's perfect. This one, let's add in the closet and then the detail. So as you can see, I'm moving too fast because of the CS. So it's a good thing to learn and to understand how to use CS or create similar. This one, CS. Actually, let's add in one more right here. I forgot that earlier. So here I'm just going to add it onto this spot. Select this one, CS, and then grab it and then add it right here. I want to put a tub. Select the tub, and then here I want to extend it a bit. And then here, move this one a bit there. CS for the tub, and then add it right here, and then just move it to the corner, and V to move. The remaining, that's fine. We could add it for the plumbing. And then just add that one for plumbing. It's supposed to be on the other side, but that's fine. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab this one. I want it to be on this side. So CO, grab it from right here, and then just push it right about there. Of course, we're going to move it upwards like that, and make sure to give more room. And then here, let's move this one onto this side because this is smaller. So just move back all of this. And then now we could grab this part, copy, uncheck constraint, and put it on the side. grab it again, MV. The reason I did that so that I could grab it from the corner. And then now we just need to move this one from to the inside. So here I'm just gonna move this one onto the side, and V. If we're gonna do it, we should just do it properly. So MV again. There we go. That's for plumbing. I think we're good for the last suite. Now we're gonna concentrate onto right here. So I'm gonna add in some toilets and some washrooms. So CS. So here, let's add, to make it easier, is to just add the wall all the way right here. This is the 13 grid line. And then just put this one on the middle, which is the midpoint. Around the midpoint, not the midpoint. And then now, what we're gonna do is we're just going to add door. So let's add a door right there and a door onto this side as well. And then we could just add a washroom right here and then some shower as well. So I'm gonna do it first on one side, and it's easier for us to create a copy, and we could just mirror it. For the wall, I'm gonna click on wall, edit, duplicate, interior wall number 2, and then here the thickness should be around 50 only. So I'm gonna add a very small wall like that. That's for the cubicles. For the shower, and then we're going to create a door, edit type, duplicate, washroom door. Press OK, and then the thickness should be around 20. Seven, 6. I'm just going to make this one smaller. So this one, let's make this one 50. Let's make it 600. I think that's good enough. CS. And just lasting 550. And then we could just extend this one like that, and then create a copy from here. So I'm gonna extend this and then create a copy, and then grab it from that corner And then I want to make sure to multiply is checked. You know what? That's too much already. So let's just move this one there and then add in. And then here, CS, we can mirror this. So mirror onto this side. And then here, I'm going to move this one all the way to the end. Because this one, I'm gonna delete this and then trim this one. CS, and then let's add in some toilet. Go to insert, load family, some urinals. So plumbing, architecture, fixtures, open, and then CM. There we go. And then in terms of some room, we could actually extend this more. So I'm going to estimate, and then let's load some furniture. Let's add some storage. Open. So those one can be, it's good enough to be added as lockers. I'm just gonna move this one. Just gonna delete and then start all over. Copy. Okay, and then now load more. Let's load in some seating. We have, I think, a bench, locker bench. Right here, CM. And then we could do it as a back-to-back. So what we could do is we can move this more. So I want you guys to reference this one, add in around 1700 so that we could have a better spacing. And then we could just give a better layout. Mirror. So here I'm gonna select this, mirror this one onto this midpoint. So what we could do is select everything and then move this. There we go. And then now select everything again and then mirror again onto this grid line. So now we have a better layout. what we could do is we could put actually this is good enough. We have a better spacing, and we have enough space for the um, door right here. So let's add in the door to go inside right here. And then we could add in some tags or just text. So here, this will be gym. Make sure this is capital letters. And then here, we could just keep on adding names. This will be 2 bedroom. This one as well would be 2 bedroom. Sorry, this one is actually 3 bedroom. Okay, so 3 bedroom, we have 1 bedroom plus den. And then we could just put a plus. Then we can move this one and then so that it's below there. This one is 2 bedroom. And then same, this one is 2 bedroom. So we could just copy. So 2 bedroom, this is 2 bedroom as well. And then here we could add, this is 2 bedroom as well. And like I noticed, I forgot to add some details right here. So good thing we double check. And then CS. So that's the walk-in closet. And then CO, copy that, and then add it onto this as well. Because that's just a copy of this. We have it there. And this is just 2 bedrooms. So I'm just gonna copy it and then put it right there. And then just move this one all the way right here. So at least we have our tags. We can put lobby right here. And then some stairs as well. So before we finish, let's add in the floor. So I'm gonna click on floor and then edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 1. Edit this. I'm going to change this to 200. And for the material, let's just add in a concrete. But most of the time I put wood. So I'm just going to add this one. So okay, and then okay. And then now let's add from the outside. And then after that, we're going to use pick line just to pick the ones outside right here. And then SL to cut from here, from the lobby, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. So double check that we have around here and just click finish. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in our last video, we were able to finish the first floor. Now we're able to copy this. So we're going to copy all of this. And then click copy to clipboard. Then we're going to paste it to the selected view. So I'm going to choose level 2 and then press OK. Let's now check insert conflict with joint. So don't worry about that. And then let's check level 2. Now as you can see, we have level 2, but we need to change some of this. So here, we're going to delete the gym. So here, we're going to delete this. And then now, what we could do is, we could hide or remove the underlay for now. And then here, we just need to close it off again. This one, we cannot put door there and door there. Now here, what we have to do now is to put an X mark right here. This one, we need to move this one, remove lobby, delete this, and then put an X mark. So X onto this, showing that this is open below. The walls to cover. We can put railing here if you want, but I'd rather put a wall there. Another thing we need to change is the floor. So we need to edit the floor right here. So edit the boundary because we want it to be from the inside. We don't want it to be shown from the outside. Plus, we need to add in the balcony. So we just need to move this one first. And then let's add the balcony as well before we copy everything up to the level 3 and 4. So click finish on this. So now we edit that. we then need to make this a suite. So I'm gonna start by adding walls. So I'm gonna add a wall right here. And then wall in between right there. And for now, I'm just gonna keep on adding walls without measurement because I think that's faster when we're adding this one. And then the dimension, I'm gonna do that later on. Okay, so now this one, it needs to be referred to this grid line. This is grid line F, and let's do 515 from the grid line. This distance is around 2560, and then here is 2625. So that's the one. We could add, let's add this. For the width, and this is around 700. That's good. I just want to repeat that onto this one, and then we could just move this one depending on the size of the door. This we could extend here. We could put this one 15670 actually, and then here what we could do is we could select this, and I want it to be referencing this wall, and then 3090. This wall, I want it to be referencing this grid line, so around 125. And then the thickness around 770. And then here, let's remove this. I want to have a nook again. Same thing here. I'm going to align right there. SL TR. There we go. And then for the size, I want it to be 1350. And then here, I want to extend this. $900 will be good enough. We can make it shorter. And then here, we could just copy this and this one as well. CO, copy it from the corner. That's for it. And then here, we could just pull this one back. There we go. And then here, just copy this we could put 3 bedroom. So now let's select this. I want to reference this one, 1730. And then here, I want to reference this wall. I want it to be 1925. So extension for that. And then here, we need to add more walls. CS. I'm going to add a wall here for the pantry and another wall here for the toilet. It will be looking like this and then extending there. So now I want this to be referencing this wall and should be 1610. This one to referencing this wall, I want it to be 960. And then now we just need to move this one back and move this one as well. Now what we could do is we could add in some doors. So CS, the main door, and then right here, going inside here, and then we have a walk-in closet. We could just add in the detailed line later on. We have one right here. And then here, and then the other side. And then for the sliding door, and then the pantry, we have something like here. We can actually put this one instead, and then just move it to make the pantry look bigger. CS right here. Then another toilet right here. Shower onto this pot. And then sliding door right here for the closet. For the washer and dryer. And then the bathtub. And let's just move this one. And then let's copy this. And let's just add it in the middle right there. Get the bed. Add the bed right here. And then 2 small beds. Single bed. Like this. And then that. Let's add in more. So CS, let's finish the closet. And then here, we could have in like that. Then like that as well. And then here as well for the pantry. And then just move this one a bit backwards like that. And then let's not forget the sink. Let's put double right here. And then single right about here. And then the detail line. And then here. And then add detail lines like that as well. Let's add a detail line here. And then add the walk-in closet right here. And also let's add in some curtain wall. So for the curtain wall, I'm going to add it one by one. So I'm going to add one right here. Make sure the side is from the inside. Okay. I'm just estimating it for the size right there. And then let's just keep on doing CS. I want a size right here as well. Let's do it as 1000. And then here 1300. 2000 right here. 1400. So the good thing here is it's gonna be same as all of them, and also at the ground floor. So for the ground floor, we're just gonna copy this as well, but only the curtain wall. So what I forgot to do before I copy for the second floor is that one. But it's not a big deal because it's easy to do anyway. Sorry about the noise, but it's good. At least we know that we're adding windows there and also windows on this side. We got 4000 right here. We got 4400 right here. So let's maintain that 4400. 1000. 1500 there. Let's add in the windows right here. I want it to be all the way. So just keep on adding curtain wall. I want it again to be all the way. And there we go. Okay, now you need to go to modify and then cut geometry, or we could just select them, select all instant visible, and then let's cut, select all instance, and I want it to be, so here let's undo this first. So here let's just do it this way. Go to modify, click on cut, and then multiple cut. So at least we just need to keep on cutting there. And then here we forgot to add curtain wall. So I'm just gonna add, and then let's just cut and then make sure multiple is checked so that it's gonna be faster. What you need to do is select the wall first and then the curtain wall. So if you forgot to uncheck this, what will happen is you need to select the wall first and then curtain wall. So this will save you more time by just doing a multiple cut. This one, let's extend this one a little bit like that. Around 1500. And then here 1500 as well. Okay. Now let's look at it at 3D. So now it's too high and too low. So let's just create a standard height. Maybe around this one. I think that's perfect. Now we should do align and then align multiple. So select this and then keep on selecting the top. So as you can see, it's very fast. We forgot to cut that. So we're gonna cut that later on. So let's just finish. So we're done. And then we just need to do a cut geometry again. Only for this spot. And then now align again, AL. Make sure multiple is checked. And then just keep on selecting like that. So we're good. And then here as well. Let's do that later on. And there we have it. And then here, let's just cut geometry right now. And then what we could do is actually extend this all the way down. But actually we have a door right here. We could delete the door. And let's add a curtain wall door right there. So I'm gonna add it all the way down like that. And then let's do a cut geometry. So now it's gonna be a curtain wall all the way right there. We need to be mindful on this spot because once we create um, once we create or copy the floor plan, we need to remove this because it will create an error once we add multiple levels to our level 3 and 4. So now what we could do is we could copy. So I'm gonna select and then deselect this by holding on shift and selecting that again. I'm going to copy and then paste to selected level. So level 1. Now we just need to cut geometry again. So it's easier for us to just do it right here. Do it again. Here we need to change because that's the gym and we need to edit the size. And let's look at it at 3D. As you can see, we're good, except for this. And I'm thinking of adding windows onto this spot. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a window right here. I'm just gonna extend it like that. And then here, I'm just deleting it and then extending it like that. And then let's add the same one onto this spot. So I'm just clicking it as a CS. So as you can see, you can do that as well. If we cut it in geometry, you will see that it will register the size and height of the curtain wall. So it's easier to add. At the same time, let's go to level 2 and I want to add windows on this one as well. So I'm going to click that CS. I'm going to add right here. We just need to cut geometry on that. And then right here. And then here will be good as well. Now we just need to cut geometry. Select that. Change this side to that. and then here as well, dot geometry. Now it's looking like that, or much better looking. So let's continue this on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 10 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add curtain wall, and then we added the second floor, and then we added the second floor on this part because the one that we created in the first floor is a gym. So now we're going to continue working on this, but before we do anything else, I'm just going to pull this back. It's because once we uh, copy whatever's on the second floor, I don't want this one to be copied as well because it will provide or it will create an error. So for now, we're not going to pull it up too much. We're just going to add the balcony on all floors. And also I'm just going to add the windows right here. So I'm going to select them individually and holding on Control button, copy to clipboard, and then paste to selected level, which is level 1. It will be selected there, and then we just need to go to modify and then cut geometry. Multiple is checked, select the wall, and then the curtain wall. And then here we have one more. And then you remember this is basically the gym, so we cannot do anything from here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my level 1, and then from here, or level 2 instead, and then from here I'm gonna create another floor. So this will be floor number 2. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 2, edit, and then here we're going to change this to another type of concrete. So lightweight is good enough. And then after this, we're going to add our balcony. So I'm going to add the floor by using line, and then by just creating the lines from my grid line. So here, this is the FH, and then number 1 and 2. So just highlighting everything else like that. And then we're going to add another one. So I'm going to use a rectangle. I'm going to add from the grid line. So it's easy to see. And then here, I'm going from the outside wall to the outside wall as well, and to the grid line. If you want to align it, you can, just to be sure that everything is uniform. And then here as well, this one from this point up to this point. So I'm just creating. So here it's similar. Let's use line instead, and then just covering up to our grid lines. And then here a rectangle would be good. Sorry, it should be not here, but here instead. Let's align it. And then here again, another rectangle. And then let's add here. And then here, let's just put it right there. And then one more right here. Okay, so now that we added that, I'm just gonna click on finish and look at it at 3D. So it will look like that. So from there, we need to pull down the curtain wall all the way to the floor. Okay, so here we could just pull down right there. Here we could just pull down all the way right here, but we could move this one. So let's go to level 2 and then just push this back right there. EL, align this. Then let's go back here and do this as well, so that it's uniform. And then here we could do the same thing. We could go to level 2 first, pull this one back, and then go to level 1, pull this one back, and then go to 3D again to pull it down. If you cannot find it, you can use your tab key to highlight the curtain wall. So now that's good. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy that and then align to selected level. So now we have the same one below. But at the same time, we have a gym here, so we don't need to worry about pulling that down. This one we need to, as well here, and then here. From this one, I could align this and then pull this one down and everything else. So that's good. And then go to level 2. Let's add in the railing. So for the railing, I'm going to click railing. I'm going to use the glass panel bottom fill. Okay, so once you click that, you need to edit type, duplicate. You can change a different name here, but I'm just going to put number 2 and then press OK. Baluster placement. I'm going to delete this and leave it like that. Press OK. Click this one or click the one at the top. Delete this. Click apply and then OK and then OK. Let's see the look. Click finish and then 3D. I just want to show the look. So we have this one. So I'm gonna undo what we did and then let's try ray again. So railing, bottom fill, click finish. So it looks like this. I want to remove the two at the top. So edit type, duplicate. This will be number 2. Edit the one at the top, delete this, and then delete again. Once you press OK, and then OK again, this will be get deleted. And then I just want a rectangle at the top. Edit, and then here, top railing. I don't want elliptical. I want a different profile, which is rectangular. The materials, let's change this to anything metal. So let's use this aluminum. And then I'm just going to copy this. Apply. OK. And then let's check here. And I want to make sure the baluster. Apply. OK. So the placement, baluster offset. I think we're good. So now we could use this. So again, let's go to level 2 and then just click railing. I'm going to click this pick line and I just want to offset this around maybe 50 is good. So let's see. I want it from the inside. So again, 50. I want it from the inside like that. So that's perfect. Okay, just add it on all of them. And then later on, we're gonna add something for a design. Okay, so now click finish. So the problem is this is we need to add them one at a time. So sorry about that. We need this one at a time. So it's gonna be time consuming, but we need to do it. But before this, actually, what we could do is we could also add the safe, the post. So instead here, let's go to level 1 and adding the post, I'm going to use model in place and then generic model. This will be number 1 and I'm going to do an extrusion and then click on rectangle. The reason that I'm using extrusion is so that we can basically manipulate it. So it's easier to manipulate instead of using a different. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 400 by 400 and then I'm going to place it on probably in the midpoint. MV, get it from the midpoint right here. So remove the constraint and then move it again and then get it from the midpoint there. So now it's in the center. So now let's copy, make sure multiple is checked, and then let's add it onto all the corners right there. So we need to remove that. Just remove this. Make sure to add in a stone finish. Let's use this. Apply OK. And then let's finish. So this one, we can just pull it up and all of them will be pulled up. And then from here, we need to add in all of this. So what we're gonna do is we're going to, so here, this needs to be changed to bottom fill 2. something like that. But now we just need to go to level 1 so that we don't have any collision with that. So in this sense, it's gonna be more work because not all of them will be. So let's do this. So it needs to be going back like that. And then once we do this, it's not gonna let us do it because it is not connected. So that's the only um, issue while doing this, but we need to do it because it will make our model a lot better. So I'm just gonna click that, and then I'm just gonna show you, and then once I'm finished, you guys can skip. So here I'm gonna pull this back and then click finish. Again, CS 50, maybe we could lock it and then just pull it back. The reason that we could basically move it all the way there, but I don't want when we go to Twinmotion, there's a lot of flashing going on. It's because we have that. And then the lock is actually not doing anything. When when a model is overlapping each other, it will create that flashing sequence. So it's better to just do it properly. So the look will look like this. And then after that, you can just select all of them, select visible in view, and then you could use copy command. So copy to clipboard and then paste to align selected level. So we could just do that. And then here we could extend this. And then what will happen is we're going to add some designs on the post. So you just need to do all of them, especially in the bottom, and then just copy it from the top. And then after that, we're good. So I'm just gonna undo this, and then I'm gonna say goodbye for now. And then once I once we do the next video, everything will be lined up. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, I told you guys about the railing. Now I'm gonna select one and right click, and then after that, I'm going to select all instance and visible in the view. After that, you just need to go to modify and click on copy clipboard and then paste to align selected level. And we're gonna paste it to level 2. And there we have it. We have our railings right there. Don't worry about this. We can just extend it later on once we finish here. So here, we're going to add in the curtain grid. Before anything else, let's add in curtain grid in the middle right here. So same as here, we could just do it one at a time like that. And then most of the time, I put it on the middle first and then just divide it equally like this. For this one, I would like to add around 500 at the top and then just divide it by 3 or by, so let's try this. We could divide it by 3 like that. And then here as well, around 500 at the top and divided by 3. Perfect. This one just divide it in the middle. I'm fine with that. Same goes here, 500 at the top and divided by 3. It just takes time, but you gotta do what you gotta do. And then here, same idea, 500 and then divided by 2. Or just divided by 3, but just leave it like that. Because that's, if you divide it by 2, it's going to be too small. So just divide it by 3, but just don't add the other one. So it looks like there's a glass door there. Here, 500. And let's see. Yeah, you could do divided by 3, but just add it. Like that. I think that's the same. And here, just in the middle. Same goes here. And then here, probably we have enough just to divide it in the middle. This one actually divided by 3 is much better. So I'm just going to delete this and add in another curtain wall. And before we do that, let's finish this side first. And here we could put it in the middle. Oops, this one. Just the middle right here. We worry that later on. This one we could put 3, 500 at the top, and divided by 3. This one, just divide it. Usually it will provide the midpoint. So here, I just check. The midpoint is around. So I put the one in the middle. So I divide it and then just put 3. This one middle first. And then I think we could just pull it off like that. Or maybe 3 is good again. Yeah, 3 is good. So we're done with this. We just need to add mullions. So go to architecture, mullion, add all grid, and you could choose whatever you want here. I'm gonna choose 50 by 65. And then here, you just need to keep on selecting. Here, let's select here. We just need to keep on selecting. It takes a while, but you'll get used to it. Okay, so we're done with this. Now, what we're gonna do is we're going to go to level 2. I'm going to select all of this, but I'm not gonna do create a group anymore. It's because sometimes there's a lot of errors that goes there. So might as well just create a copy to clipboard and then paste it to align selected views. And then I'm going to put it to level 3 and 4. So let it load. So I'm gonna check, and we have a problem here. I think in level 3. Let me double check. It's because we put this one in 1100 or 11,000 instead of 12,000. So that's just a mistake that we did. It needs to be 4,000 each. And then here, we just need to pull it up like that. And then now here we have a problem because the top offset is, so what we can do is we can undo this, undo everything first, fix the levels, pull this one up, and then let's add in one more level. So select this, copy, and then put 4,000. So that's level 5. It's not appearing. Go to view, and then plan view, floor plan, and then it's already selected. Just press OK. And then just go to ease elevation, and then just select one of this, and then pull it up like that. Now everything will be fixed. And then we just need to go back to level 2, select it again, make sure to highlight everything, copy to clipboard, and then paste to selected views. I want to put it in 3 and 4. 5 is the roof. So let's double check. Go to 3D view. It looks like it's good. We just need to add in the roof for the level 5. This one, we could now extend it upwards. And then here as well, extend it upwards like that. Go to modify, cut geometry. Select the wall first and then the curtain wall. Do it here as well, wall and then curtain wall. Now it's looking so good. We can now extend this all the way up like that. We can even add more models into here. Like we could make it shorter a bit, going at the top. Or a different materials from the top. So we can also do that. For now, let's focus right here. This is, I believe, south elevation. I'm going to select this. Let's make it one shorter a bit. The reason for that is so that we could add in more, or we could add, what do you call this, design right here. Also, one thing that we forgot is to add curtain door right about here. So what you can also do is undo everything again before you do the second floor. The reason for that is so that once you copy one of this, it will copy on all of them. So you don't need to do it all over again. So what I'm planning to do is go to insert again, and then load family, go indoors, and then select curtain wall, single glass. Click on open, and then after that, what you do is you select the curtain wall or the window itself. Click on tab multiple times until you selected the panel. Right there, I selected the panel. Select that, drop down, and then the door will be right there. So now, if you change this to 5, the door will be appearing right there. So you will need to do that on all of them. With all the doors. If you cannot select the panel, what you do is you just move it to a different location. So here, it's not going. I'm going to go down right here. There. Select that. And then curtain door. Also, you will need to go to the view. So your floor plan in order to change the orientation. So later on, I'm going to show you what my orientation should look like. It's not a lot, but once you create 2 more copies of this, it will be a lot. So I might as well undo everything that we did earlier in order to add this. Okay, and then let's add it right here onto the corner. And then we just need to fix the orientation by going to the level. I'm going to fix this by swinging it from outside. Same thing goes here, and then change it right there. So we need to flip it to the side that we want. This one, and to the side. That's good. Okay, so now go to level 2 and do the same way. Okay, so now we're good. And then we just need to select all of them again. Copy to clipboard and then paste to a selected levels 2 and 3 and 4. Press OK. I think we forgot, so undo that again. We forgot to change the or add. So here, good. This one we just need to move up. I think we're good here. Select this again. Copy, paste 3 and 4, and then press OK. And then don't worry about the conflict. And we're good with this. Lastly, let's just push this one up. And push this one up. Let's just do a modify or cut geometry. Okay. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to increase the levels. Now we're gonna work on this again. I'm going to go to my south elevation, and because I want to increase the amount of levels that I want, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this level and then just click on copy or CO. I'm gonna grab it from here and then I'm gonna add 2. Of course, we need to increase this, so pull it up so that all the grid lines will show on each level. And then we need to add from level 5 to 6 and 6 to 7. But as you can notice, this is with a different color. That indicates that we don't have the floor plan here yet. So what we need to do is we need to go to view and then click on plan view, click on floor plan, and then we have the level 6 and level 7 ready to be added there. So I'm gonna highlight them. I'm just selecting one and then hold on shift, selecting the bottom. If you have more, you can do the same thing and then you will be able to highlight everything instantly. So now I'm going to press OK. So what happens is I have the grid lines right here, but I don't have it on the other way. So what I need to do is go to east elevation and then pull it up. Once we have that, if you notice, I'm gonna go to level 7 again, and as you can see, all the grid lines is showing. So it just needs to intersect with all the elevation and everything will be fine. So now it has the same light or color with the level 5, and that means that we can see the floor plans right here on the project browser. So now our task is to add 2 new floors. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 4, and I'm seeing that I could select everything and copy to clipboard. But what you shouldn't do is to copy the stairs. So usually when you copy the stairs, it will create some error and all those stuff. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hide the stairs. So VG, and then just look for stairs, or you can just click on stairs or S, for stairs, and then you can see that stairs is right there. Uncheck that, apply OK. It will be hidden on those. So now what we need to do is just copy, and once you copy that, click right here under modify, copy to clipboard, and then you can just paste selected views. I want it from 5 and 6 because the 7 is the roof. So here, just click OK. And then if we go to south elevation, you will see that it will be added directly there. So let's go to level 7 or south elevation. As you can see, there's some overlapping. The overlapping part is this one, the wall, curtain wall, that we need to push it up later on. So we just need to delete that, and that's one of the warnings. We could pull this up and then pull this up as well. And what we need to do is just select it and then cut geometry. Select the wall and then the curtain wall, and it will basically cut on those walls. So as you can see, our curtain wall is all the way up, and that's what the way we like it. So now if we go to our 3D, everything looks good, and then we could just select our stairs like this. I usually copy, so just hold on control, select the railing, and then the steps, and then we could just click on copy to clipboard as well, and then paste selected level, and then that will be 5 and 6, and then that will add the stairs right about there. So don't worry, we're going to cut this one, but we're gonna use a different trick. It's basically under architecture, and it will cut on shafts. So this is very useful when you're cutting levels or floors from the elevator. So we're gonna do that right now to show you that it's very easy to do. Of course, on level 1 we don't need to do that because we need our floor there, but we could just pull it up once we have all the visuals. So here under shaft, we're gonna click that, and as you can see, it will show you a brief example of what it can do. So it's very useful for cutting on floors, ceiling, and roofs. So click on shaft. As you can see, we have a border here for our elevator, and we could do this one right here. Click on finish, go to 3D, and then under shaft, you'll be able to select that, and you can manually, so base offset, I want it to be actually 200 from the level, or maybe make it 400 because we don't want it to pierce to the ground. And then unconstrained or top constraint to be up to level 6. And then we don't need top offset. And if we go to 3D and pick, you will see that there's an opening there. As you can see, there's opening there. You can see all those levels, and it's very useful for that elevator. So now we could do that with our flooring right here. What we need to click on is all the way right here. So what we need to do now is go to level 1 again, click on shaft again, and click on rectangle. And we just need this portion right here, and then click finish, make it 200, and then top constraint to be up to level 6 as well. And then let's look at it at 3D to show the visual on how it came up with. So the only thing that you need to do is add some railings around here so that everything is proper. And as you can see, this one, it's not up to the level. So it needs some changes after all. So you can see what we could do is we could just delete some of this and then just add. But right here on level 7, we could keep this so that we could go to the roof. Usually the roof is where the maintenance is. You want to maintain mechanical equipments, electrical, those kind of stuff in the roof. So you could just leave it like that. But I'm just checking the height of this because some of them are, so this one has 2, so maybe that's the one that got copied. So I could just basically delete that and then just copy the different one. This one, this one should be the copied one. And as you can see, some of the levels are different there. I think because, let me double check the south elevation. So everything is 4,000. So actually only these stairs are the ones that are not good. And we could just double check everything. This one, it needs to go up all the way to level 6. So I'm gonna copy that, paste, select align, and then from 2 to 6, and then it will create those. And it's just giving us some errors. That's usually what happens. But if we could copy the way this one was set up, hopefully. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put on snipping tool. This is very useful so that you could just quickly see how this one is. I'm just gonna compare the way the stairs undoes and see. So 2 to 3, and then I change it to 15 here, and then there we go. Just change it to 15 and then click apply. So some of the errors that comes up, and we're just manually doing it so that we can see the changes right here. 15, and then we could just do that later on. And then here we could just copy it now. This is under 1, 2, 3, so 4, 5, and 6. Copy, paste, select levels 4, 5, 6, and click OK. And then it will create the same problem. And just put in 15. And then press OK. So now you could, it's usually, you usually have it under, if you have a Windows operating system, I think it's always free. So snipping tool, so that you could just quickly get a picture and you don't need to save it. So as you can see, everything is good now. Um, some changes that I want to do is I don't want to add this one onto this balcony. Um, Also, I'm gonna maybe I'm gonna keep this, but under the first floor, I don't want to put anything. So we're gonna change it a bit, especially in the first floor. There's no balcony in the first floor, so I'm gonna edit those up, or we could just leave the base right here. Actually, let's just delete it, and then just delete all of this. We're going to have a different look because I want a more modern look. Because one of the subscribers showed me an alternative look, and I kind of like the way the modern look is. I'm going to put him in the description to acknowledge what the design he came up with. So that's something that I cannot acknowledge that I did. So now, um, here we could add the roof first. Um, we're probably going to delete all of the railing. So delete all of this, select visible in the view, delete all of them. We're going to add a different look, and then we're going to encase some of them, um, and then give it this nice luxury look on this apartment. So what I want to do first is to add the roof so that everything is enclosed, and then obviously we're going to add some space right here, because of this one. And then for the roof system, um, and then we need to go to level 6 first so that we can see everything. Go to roof, edit, duplicate, roof number 1, all caps, make the change for the thickness to be 200, and then the material, shingles, press OK, and then click on OK again. And then the changes that we need to do is, because the roof is on level 7, we're going to change this. So basically we're just um, getting the layout from level 6, but we will place it on level 7. So here we just need to add it from the outside or inside of the wall. Make sure the fine slope is unchecked, and then we could basically add it. And then we're going to add something right here. We're going to extend some walls so that we could have something there. Click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D. It will look like that. We're going to enclose this part because we need to increase some of this exterior wall right here. So what you need to do is just put your crosshair without clicking on this, and then click on tab, and then click again. It will highlight every single exterior wall on this floor, but we need to uncheck this. So hold on shift, click on this ones that we don't need to highlight or increase. After that, we're going to change the top offset to 400. We can make it, maybe increase it a little bit more. So 600, that's fine. And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm probably going to move this right here and then just edit the profile. I think that's the best move. If I go to south elevation, maybe I could just increase this. So level 7, right there. Okay. And then now go to south, edit profile, and then I'm just going to create an opening here. So pretty much adding that bridge right there so that I could have that opening. SL, so split, we're going to delete this, SL, delete the middle again, TR, trim and extend. Click finish, show what's going on. There's something right here that is cannot overlapping, show again. There's an overlapping there, so trim and extend, delete that, click finish. Another overlapping onto this part, continue, delete that. And then now we just have an opening. We don't need to do anything right there. We just need to cover this part. We're gonna do the same thing on this side. Just go to south elevation. Once you actually have those, go to level 7 first, and then bind them all together first. Go south. This is overlapping right here. I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna fix that first. Doesn't look good. Something weird is going on. It's not letting me fix it. But what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put it here in the middle. There we go. But if it's in the middle, it will be on my way when I edit. South elevation right here, edit profile. There we go. Delete this one first, SL on that, and then delete it. And then click on finish and look at it at 3D. So that fix, I think we just need to edit and pull it down. I think that's too much. So let's go to south, AL, there we go. So once we cover that, this part as well, I just went over it. So there we go. At least everything looks good. We have our roof and then we're just gonna add the other roof on this part. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the roof, and we kind of fix, or we kind of delete some of the railings that we have here because we're planning on adding a different design, and we deleted some of right here at the bottom because that's definitely a different design as well. So now what I want to do first is to add the roof right here, um, and then give some opening right here, and then after that we're going to add the design that we're planning to do here. So first I'm going to go to level 7. Here we can see the roof right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use model in place, generic model, and here I'm going to pick extrusion. So I'm gonna pick extrusion, I'm gonna select rectangle, and we're going to change the material. So I'm just gonna use plastic for now, acrylic, and then we're just going to add an enclosure right here on both of this because I know they have the same height for the design that I'm thinking, um, or the design that a viewer has presented me. So I think that was a good one, and I want to replicate it. Something different. AL, select right here, and then there. I think that's good enough. And then here, click on finish. We need to lower this. So let's see, attach. And because this is not a roof, it's not gonna hold down a little bit. So let's just pull it down a little bit so that we don't see that. Something subtle that we can just do. So that's fine. I want to see if I change this to realistic, what it will look like. So it's becoming very nice now, the way this one looks. Although it looks plain, but this will be changed drastically after this video. So now maybe we could just do this one later on because I want to concentrate on to this. So once we create one, I believe we'll be able to just add it on others. So it's gonna be easier for us. And then what I want to do is maybe we could copy the way this one wraps around. So I'm gonna copy the way this one wraps. I'm gonna delete all of this, all this level floors, and we're basically redoing this. So edit, Let's go to level 2. We have something right here. I'm going to add 2000 right there and another 2000 right here. Trim and extend. Delete this. Align this one right here. And maybe we could just extend it a bit, similar to the way we did here. Maybe 533. Just leave it like that. We have this right here. Let's trim and extend right here. Delete. This is a bit too much, so we're going to put it at 1800. AL. There we go. 1500. 1500 right there. Yeah, this is good enough. Click on finish. We just need to trim and extend right here. There's a gap there earlier, so we fixed it. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to add the curtain wall, adding it right here. So we're in level 2. We're gonna start there, and then we're just going to copy it again, copy to clipboard all the way to level 6. So now go to wall, click on that. Curtain wall is already set, and the way we're gonna do it is we're going to add curtain wall on this side. And then we need to fix all the connections, something we're gonna do later on. Here we're going to go from inside as well, inside right there, and then we're gonna block off all the sides and it will look really nice. So the only problem is there's a lot that we need to do, but once we've done it, it's gonna be easy for us because this is a repetitive um, task that we're doing, and all of this is just doing all of this, and we want to make sure that um, the wall that we're gonna place here, it's not sticking out. So I want to make sure that everything is looking really good. All of this right here we need to add, and then we're going to set those heights properly. I want to make sure everything is good. So the only thing that we need to worry about is the connection that we have onto this side. There we go. Okay, let's go to 3D and see how it looks. That looks good. select all of them. So this one, I don't know where this one went. Something that didn't see. All of this right here needs to be, I'm just selecting all of them. I didn't know that this one was set up like that, so I should have checked, but it's a simple fix. We just need to change the base offset to 0. I think that's 0 there. Top offset, it needs to be around 2500, I believe, or maybe less. I think that's good enough there. 2500, let's make it 2000. Or sorry, let's make it negative 3000. Negative 2800. There we go. I think that's the perfect height. Good enough height. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add a mullion. Not all of them, but I'm going to add a mullion, square one, and then only at the top. I think that it looks much better if it's only at the top. And then don't put anything right here. Only to the top part, and especially once we put it and change this color to black, it will pop out and it will look really good. So that's good right there. And then the only thing we need to do is go back right here, copy all of those. So hold on control button, select everything right there. This one will be easy to select because it's only at the outside. We already got the one on the left side, and then we just need to uncheck some of this one right here. And then after that, copy to clipboard, paste this to selected levels. We're going to 3 up to 6, and then press OK. And then there you have it. But we just missed this one, so that's easy to do. You could just copy again to clipboard and then paste to selected levels. So 3 to 6, and then there you go. We do find some stuff that we forgot. So this part right here is not selected. This good. This part is good. So only on those sides right there. So let me fix that. So only right here. Copy to clipboard. Some elements are not copied. So weird. Just gonna copy this. And then paste it to 3 to 6. That's okay. Here you go. There we go. Everything looks good. And then now we just need to add some of the sides and it will look nicer. So let me start it from this side. I think it's better if we actually select it. I need to add this same one or the same cover at this height. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to south elevation and I'm just going to simply copy this. The best thing is we did this one at the time. Sorry, not one at a time, but once. So everything is gonna be copied over. So I'm just gonna copy it simply right here or type in CO, constraint, remove, and then just place it up to this one, this height. And we can manually add it if we want to, but let's just leave it on this side, this height. I think that's a good height right there. And then we're going to enclose this part. So let me do this part first under south elevation. So here, copy, model in place, and then generic model. So now we're gonna do extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this wall right here. Good thing every wall is the same depth, so we don't need to worry about that. Here, what we need to worry about is the material that we're gonna use. What I'm gonna use first is something that we haven't used yet. We could use paint, I think orange peel, we haven't used yet, so let's just use that. And then here, we could just create this. In terms of depth, we need to be advised with what the depth of this one is. So it's not because of the depth that we want to, but because the depth of what we're going to add here. So now I'm just doing this first on this side. Let's maintain the thickness AL, make sure that everything is aligned properly. 200, align at the top, click on finish, look at it at 3D, and then now we should align it right here and there. So it will look like that on all of them. So now I'm gonna go back to south and then I'm going to edit this, edit in place, and what we're gonna do is we're going to edit and extrusion. We're going to select all of this, copy, and we're just going to add it. So this part, we're going to copy it on this side. And then we're going to copy it on this side as well. The only problem is I think we need to extend this part right here. I don't want any windows to be caught because of this. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to change it a little bit and get those fixed right there. So good that this is all the same. And then I'm gonna change this one right here. I'm going to delete this ones and then I'm gonna copy it back. Or we could just edit edit boundary, level 2, and just do that. It's not a lot. It's not something that it's going to be troublesome. I think we could just edit it manually. It's not going to give me too much time. So let's just do it manually right now. Very fast change. A minute or two and done. The reason that I did that so that we don't need to worry about this too much. If it's a lot of changes, why not? But it's just a small change. So I'm just gonna do it manually right there. And looks like everything is good. I'm happy with the way this one looks now. Obviously, we're going to change the materials that we're using here because right now, here, floor number 2, I'm not sure if good thing that floor number 2 is only this because we could change this to the material that we're just using right now, which is orange peel. Because it's easier for us to make everything look the same. And don't worry, we're going to change this part. It will look really nice the way this one looks. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to edit some of the features that we have here. We added all of this and we have added a curtain wall to represent our railing here because we want it to be glass. So now we're gonna continue working on this. But first, what I want to do is to change some of this right here only on this part. Um, I'm trying to determine how I'm gonna do it, but probably paint will be good enough. I want basically the casing to be the same part or same material, but only here it will be probably lighter or darker material. But now we're gonna continue working on this. Before we went to south elevation, now we need to go to east and finish up everything. So now I'm gonna do is go to model in place, generic model, and then actually we don't need to because what we could do is we could just select this, edit in place, and then go to our east elevation and then go to pick extrusion. So we're gonna pick our plane and then here everything will be recorded whatever we have on the other side except for the extrusion end. So how much we're going to put it. So here we're going to just go all the way down right there, AL, and then here we could select, make sure this is 200. Then once we have that, we could just copy and then put it on the other side. And we have this problem again where we're hitting one of the what do you call this, windows right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend this part now. Click on finish, go to 3D and finish first again. So this part is we're gonna have a problem with that, and then also on this part. So now that I'm seeing this, we actually have a lot of changes that we need to do. So I'm gonna delete everything. So not just that, but also the floor up to number 2, and then we're gonna fix it from level 2 and then just quickly copy it. So I'm gonna edit boundary. I'm gonna look for it under level 2, and then we're just going to go. Good thing everything is gonna be showing. We could see that AL, align it right here. That one is aligned. This one is not hitting. This one is not hitting anymore. Just check everything, that make sure nothing is gonna hit. This one will have a problem with this, so we're going to just pull it back a little bit. Or yeah, we have to pull it back because we're going to put 200 on that side, and also we need to pull back all of this. This one definitely we need to. That's going to be 200 right there, and then this one is good enough on this side, and then good enough on this side. I think that's about it. We can click on finish. Now we have this problem right here that we need to solve on all floors. So we just need to go to each and every floors, and because we don't have it yet, what we can do is select the floor, copy to clipboard, align to selected level, and let's do is 3 to 7 because we're gonna add one more at the top. And then after that, just need to remember where we need to edit. So I think only that part, and then this part somewhere here. Yes, right here. You need to just pull it back a little, and then maybe here as well. So let's just double check what we have right here if we haven't. So just 3 of them. Three spots that we need to edit. We want to make sure everything looks good, so that hopefully this is the last part we're going to edit this, and we could just go around all of our elevation and finish up. It's just a quick fix, but still we need to do it to make everything look nice. There we go. Go to 3D and everything looks good now. We also have this one right here, which is in the proper, maybe in the proper height. Let's see how it looks. You could just align it because it's the same height that we have. So let's just lower it a bit. And then go to 3D again, and then here we just need to align it from this wall or this floor. So the thickness of that floor. So we have the east elevation. Now let's go to west elevation. And before that, let's select this wall right here, edit in place, and then go to west elevation, create extrusion. It will ask you to pick a plane. Just select the wall, make sure materials are good, and then just create. Same goes right here. Align it properly to the bottom, and then double check the thickness. It needs to be 200 only. After that, click on tab to select everything, copy it to this corner so that you could just add it onto this side. Click on finish. Once you're done, go to 3D and then make sure the extrusion is up to here. There we go. And then now lastly, so click on finish first. Let's go to north elevation. This will be a lot. So let's go here, select this again, edit in place, go back to north elevation, click on create, click on extrusion, pick a plane. Of course, it will be this wall, and then now make sure materials are good, and then add it. Same thing. This side first, align from the bottom. Check the thickness to be 200. That's good. Select it by using tab. Copy it to one corner first. Copy it on all of them. And then now we can just do here, copy CO, select it from this corner now. And then now let's click on finish, finish again, 3D, and then let's go right here and then just use align to fill those up. So that's looking good. And actually, because this is from the inside, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 3, and here instead of orange peel, I'm probably just gonna duplicate this selected material. This will be orange peel number 1. And then because of that, I'm going to select this one, and this one to be floor number 3. So this one will be easily going to be changed. So only the top, which is floor number 2, and the bottom to be floor number 2 as well. And then here, this will be level or floor number 3, so that we could add the different materials on all of them. And then this will be encased similar to that, and at least everything will look nice. So now what I want to finish is I want to finish the opening right here. So let's go to level 7, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do a small wall right here. Let's do a generic 200 millimeters. Duplicate. This will be roof, and then change the material, something different, maybe plastic, but let's actually just duplicate this, and then I'm just going to have an opening. They're gonna go inside, and then I'm just gonna cover this. So basically copy this both, just roughly creating that, and then adding a roof on top. And then here doesn't need to be, so base constraint 0, and then just let us just add roof on that. CS, let's add this roof on top of this and on top of this. Just one at a time, and then add a roof again. CS on this. And then just place it on top of this. So base offset, I think 2000, or we could just align it, something like that. And if you want to do it, you could add some door, but a small door just to exit from here, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. I think we don't need to design that much further. I think that's already common sense that we have that opening there for the roof. And if you want, you could increase this height further, maybe 700 or 800, so that it doesn't show too much in the picture or in the image. After that, what I want to do is go to each and every, so I'm just gonna close inactive views. I want to do is go to south elevation, and as you can see, I want a separation between this floor. So we have wall sweep right here, which has a cornice, and then this cornice I'm just going to change this to a different material. So I'm just gonna duplicate this. So I'm just randomly adding some materials there. It doesn't need to be accurate. What I want to do is I want to add it right there. I'm going to align it to the floor, AL, so that that's my so that I could see where it is. We could just copy this. I want it to be here as well. So it's just a quick separation of material, and then those are already placed and already set up in Revit, and we just need to go on each and every elevation to see if this is already added. And then on the south elevation, it will look like this with materials and everything. That will look nice, very simple, but a quick separation of material, because I want probably a gray brick, stone, or whatever from the base right here. That's what I'm thinking of doing. And then different materials obviously on the surrounding. This will have a different materials, and probably the same materials that we're going to have here will be here. And then obviously you already know that we basically have a casing right here. I already set up this one for a different material. So now we just need to go around. So let's do east first. Click here, sweep, and then add this one again. And then align it from the grid, and then just pull it all together. After that, let's do the north elevation, or maybe let's do the west first, because north I'm sure there's a lot. Wall sweep, align it right here, and then just drag it all the way to those. And then now the north elevation, wall sweep, add it first right here so that we could align it properly. Select that, drag it, this one went all. The only problem is I don't want them to be shown on those things. That's why we're doing it one at a time. I just want it to be added on the specific areas. I'm just going to align this. I don't want any gap. Copy this. And add it here again, and then just quickly drag it to the size. And I think that's the last of it. Let's look at it at 3D and see how subtle it is and how nice it will become. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all of these things right here, even the one in the roof. And now we're gonna continue working on this. The last thing that I remember we did is we added this wall sweep. Also now we're adding all the materials. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use paint. So I'm gonna go to modify and click paint, and the one that I need to change is the one at the bottom. I'm planning to put in a stone material, but here we have masonry. I'm gonna add it first, add it right about here, so that we can determine that this is have been changed, have been altered for the material. As you can see, everything is consistent, and here we're going to change this material right there. Next thing is we're going to change the materials for this. I know we have this one as exterior wall one, number one. We already have this taken care of, so we could just deal with that later on. And then now go back to paint, and we need to add something right here. I'm going to do like a metal panel, metal deck. We have metal studs. So I'm gonna pick one of this that we haven't used yet. I'm gonna choose, let's see, panel, appliance panel. No, not that one. So I'm gonna use this iron duct tile. I'm gonna select all of this that we have right here and also in the front. So we're going to change this materials right here. This one we cannot select the one at the top. That's because it's an extrusion. So if you have an extrusion, you need to edit the extrusion first and go there. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. So in the meantime, I'm just going to select all of this, and after that we're going to select that one. And let's not forget the one right here as well. So there's a lot that we need to cover and edit. So those ones that are inside of here, we need to add that, or else it's not gonna look nice. Let me just do this. and then go back on the other side and do that thing as well. And then the one right here. There we go. And let's do the ones right here as well. Very important that we do this, because this is basically where we're gonna see, that will be the focal point of our building, the way we do the entrance. So now, like I said, once we're done here, we need to edit this, edit in place, and then now we can do the paint similar to what we did here. So now you can select that. Do this as well right here. It's already been selected. Let me do that as well to be sure. There we go. And we need to do this in front. I need to go to my south elevation and then just fix this. There we go. I think those are fixed as well, so it doesn't look, or there doesn't have any gaps anymore. So now what I'm gonna focus on is I want to change the material for this one. So curtain wall, you need to click on tab just to select this. Like I said, just put your arrow or your mouse pointer right here, click on tab. You want to select only the system panel glaze. So once you select that, edit, and then we need to duplicate the glaze. So glaze 2, what we're gonna do is change this material. We could add another glass. Maybe I'll do the gray, cast gray, click apply, and then OK. Now we need to select this one so that everything is consistent. Edit, and then drop down, and we have this. So we have that different. We have the glass right here. Maybe it's a good thing to just change this one as well. So what we need to do is select that using tab. It needs to be system panel glaze. Edit, duplicate this will be number 3, and then this 3 we need to change it. Go to one of the glass materials right here, and maybe we could just do this. So now number 3 glaze is being used. We just need to change all of this. So it's up to you if you want to change it, but this one is too much work actually. Even for me, I don't want to do this, so I'm just gonna pull it back. Only this 2 is the one that I want to change, but it's up to you to do it. If you have time, why not do it? Now I want to fix the way this one looks, so let's go to south elevation, and I want to pull this one back a little bit. So now everything looks good, looks consistent with the sides and this side as well. I want to just add in some curtain grids, and I want to make it simple. And then here maybe the 3 or maybe 2 is fine. And we need to be careful because we have to add some glass right here. So another curtain grid. We need to have the door onto one of this location. I want to add the door now. AL. I want everything to be consistent with the height. And then curtain grid again. One segment maybe on this side. There we go. And then now we could just align it. There we go. And then maybe we could do this. I want to double check that the placement of the door, I think we need to add the door on this side. I want to pull back because I want the door to be just right here. I want to pull back some of this grid line so that I could center this. And also for this one, I think this is good enough. Just place it right here into this side, but only for this part. So now let's go back to south. I want to fix this. Maybe I'll just put this one right here. One segment. Delete this. AL. There we go. And then now we just need to do some designing. Maybe one segment. So some random things that we could add. And then just do whatever you can to just change the look. Random spacing, and it will look nice afterwards. And then just skip the one that for the door. And then do it on the other side as well. There we go. And then click on mullion. I believe we put 50 by 65, and let's put 50 by 65 as well. All grids, and then add it all the way down except for where we're gonna place the door. Delete the bottom of those, and then now select that panel and then put in the door. Single curtain wall glass door. Don't worry, we just need to click on fine in order to show. There we go. And then add this one as well. And then I believe, let me double check, the lobby is right here. We also need to open this up. So I just forgot that we have the lobby here. This is actually something like this, and we need to add some door there as well, and also here. This one should be flipped on the other side like that. And then let's just add double door right here. So let's go right here, delete this, delete the bottom, AL, assign right there, delete creep, AL on this. I'm just going to add this one also. I just need to pull this one up. For some reason, it's saying that it's overlapping. I'm just gonna delete this. I'm just gonna add it. Delete grid line. Okay, so delete this one as well. And then AL, put it there. Mullion, segment, segment, and segment. And then delete. Delete the mullion below. And then the one in the middle. And then just change them to both doors. And then we're going to change the orientation on level 1. And then going out. There we go. Something like that. So we have the materials there. Thinking of adding different materials for this. I don't want to ruin the paint from the inside, so I'm gonna paint this one as well. Something that we haven't used yet. In order for me to see if I change it, I'm gonna use paint parking stripe. I think that's the best thing so that I can see everything that I've changed. And as you can see, it's very visual. We don't need to guess if we have added that paint there. There we go. So that looks good. And then let's not forget this one as well. I forgot to put that. I think it's one of the masonry. Yes, I did remember putting masonry for this, for the one below. I think we covered everything, even the yellow part is being added. And then what I want to do is just add some floor right here, because we have a floor number 1 already here. I want to duplicate that and add something from the outside. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be number 4. Let's change this to one of the concrete. Just choose any one of them, and then by simply using pick lines, we're just going to use to pick the ones from the exterior of this wall to make it easier for us. There we go. And then now we could add in something like this. At the same time, we're going to change it outside right here. We could just add that 1300 there, maybe 1300 as well here. What do we have here? We have 1500, and then maybe we could just have something on this side, trim this one, and then here, and then here it should be 1500, and then make it consistent. And then just add the surrounding. Trim this one here, SL, split this, and then TR. And then just continue how we're doing. 1500 AL. This one we could just use this as it's based, and then just extend everything else. And then we could just make everything arced. So fillet arc everything. Around 1300 is good. To be consistent, 1300 should be chosen. If not, just do this and then do it again. And then click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D and how it looks. So that looks good. I'm happy with that. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 16 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the materials and we fixed all of this. We added mullions and grid lines on this curtain grids. So now, what I noticed is I forgot to change the materials for this um, door right here. So we need to edit, duplicate, second door, and the materials for the glass should be glass cast gray. So now we just need to select all of this and make sure it's number 2. And then as you can see, everything is fixed once we're in there. Also on this part, we need to go to level 1, edit, boundary, and we just need to add the 1300 fillet arc. There we go. Select that and then put 1300 to be consistent with everything else. And we're gonna stay here on level 1 because we want to add everything else. I would like to add a street here. There's gonna be street here as well. We can put a car. Parking lot will be at the back, and then here we have the drop off and some parking space right here as well. So that's what we're gonna do. So most of the time we're gonna use floor. So we need to go to architecture, click on floor, and then what we're gonna do is we need to edit and then duplicate this again. This will be another concrete material. This will be the one for the base. So here concrete, and we could just pull one of this, just random that we haven't used yet. And then we need to offset this to -200 because we want it going down. This will be the street as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it some space because I want to add more to the background as well to make it really good. Click on finish, and as you can see, it's below right here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use this one as a floor to have our curve area here. This one we're probably going to extend this because we have some roads right here. Our view will be going right here for the final image, so we need everything to be like there's gonna be a street here, and then we have a street right here as well. So we're going to basically visualize the point of view of a person right here. So we need to make everything nice, background nice as well. Even the curve right here, we need to do something about that. So now let's go back to level 1 again, edit, or we could just CS because we need to add this same floor number. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put something like that so that this will be hollow, and this is just the only thing that we need to do. Of course there's gonna be an opening and then doors. If we go to site, I believe this will be a nicer view. It's a site anyway, so what we're gonna do is we're going to add something right here. We're going to add some some bushes right here so that it looks nice, and then some street um, sidewalk right here on this part as well. And then, like I said, this will be an opening right here that we could do. um, I'm going to add right here, we have our opening SL on this, and then TR, trim and extend. And then I'm going to add, so this one should be 0. So that's why it highlighted, because it's going over. But this is just the boundary of the building, so don't worry about that yet. I want to add, so I'm going to insert load family, some entourage. So the Beetle car is just for my visual CM to add how big would um, my spacing will look. Something like this, and then a car right here. So this one looks perfect. I just want to extend this part, something like this. And then parking will be double, because we need to have a parking for this part, and then another maybe 2 more parking back to back right here. Something like that. This is just for spacing, so don't worry about it. Edit. I'm gonna edit now. Something like that. Spacing to go here, spacing to go there. I think I'm just gonna estimate the ones right here. Just a two-way, that, or this will be just a one-way going around, but not bad. I think this is good enough for my visual. And then I'm gonna make some of them hollow, because I want to add some grass onto this area. I want to have grass on this area. But we need to know, so I'm going to just move this one like that. Maybe I'm gonna add grass at the back as well, so that it looks nicer. And why not here? So now I'm going to fillet this, something like that. So I want to make it around 5,000. And then right here as well, 5,000 there, 5,000 right here, and then 5,000 there. And then obviously we need to add a curve right here, maybe 4,000. Let's do 3,000 probably here. So now let's add more. So 4,000 right here. You know what? Let's do 3,000 onto this part so that it's consistent on all of sides. There we go. I think that looks good enough. And then what we could do is we could make it hollow. I'm gonna make hollow on this part and this part. I'm gonna copy this and pull it back like that. AL, I'm gonna align it here. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it like this. And then something right here and right here. I think that's good enough. So it's gonna be hollow now on those parts. And then we just need to add another floor. So click on floor and then grass. Edit, duplicate, number 6. This will be grass. Invalid because we don't have it yet. So we need to type in grass and then pull it up. Apply, okay, okay, okay. Make sure this is 0 and then just add those. There we go. And then once we add grass on this, it will look nice. And then we're going to also add what do you call this? We're going to also add trees as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to edit this part right here because we could just add something right here as well. 5,000. You know what? I'm gonna increase this and then edit the grass part as well. There we go. Now this is like a corner, and then we could just extend this for the background. We could extend all the way right there for background sake as well. We could add in the side streets now. Why not make this the side streets as well? So I just need to make it larger. That's how we do it right here anyway. There's a side road right there, and then we could just duplicate this, make it 7, so that we can change the materials if we need to, just in case, because we use this for the surrounding of the building. So once there's plants there, it will look nice. You could delete all the cars. Select that, right click, select same in the video in the view, and then delete. Just delete it. And then now we just need to insert, go to site, go back to the main, and then we have site here, accessories. We have bike stand, planter, bollard if you want to, and then parking. We have all of this that we could add, even arrows. So why not open that CM, and then we could put the arrow going right here, and then the other side right there. Insert again, use this CM, and then flip it to the other side. I think this one, if you flip RO, there we go. And then we could just add this signs right here to make everything look nice. You can even rotate this. There we go. Let's go to insert again. Load family, we have some parking stuff right here. ADA, payment stripe, which is important. I find this really good. Once we're in Twinmotion, this one really stands out. Let's make it 5,000. And this one is just too much, 4,500. Then I'm just gonna copy this, and I'm gonna bring in the one for the ADA. And I can give him more space. And then load family again. You have the sign CM. Add those signs right here near the entrance. And we're good. We just need to add more on this side. Then copy. Then we can just copy it from one of this. And then copy all of them so that it's easier for us to just add right here. And then here, let's load maybe the island. CM. And I'm going to increase this size. Edit, probably will put 55,000. And then we could just copy what we have below, and then we could pull this one up as well, and give more spacing. We could edit this a bit, and then edit the grass. And then just simply connect it to the wall, and then space it out much better. Just eyeballing this, but I think this is good enough for a lot of spacing there. I'm gonna edit pavement stripes. I think that's good enough. Have more than, and then copy this, then copy this as well. Similar to what we have, and then CS on this, and then let's just add something like this right here. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to prepare the site. Now we're still gonna continue working on this. I just want to add more of this side street right here onto the other side. So now what we need to do is we need to go to site, and then maybe we could just copy this, copy it to this side, and then now we could just edit. Just going to delete this portion right here, finish, and then here edit this boundary as well. What we can do is we could just snip this one out, and then we could just increase this similar to the other side. So we have the same one that we have on there. Something like that. And we're basically just giving it some space. And we have something that looks like this. We could edit now in order for us to just do the same thing. I'm going to edit this boundary actually. I want the same thing onto the other side. I'm going to mirror this. There we go. Just gonna delete this and maximize this part. Gonna trim and extend on this. And maybe we could just move this onto this side, basically extending that part. And then here, I'm just going to delete this and extend this part right here. And then trim this part. Click finish, and then just edit this one right here to extend it further. So now we could just add another building on the side right here, and then at least will have the same image. I'll probably add this one onto this side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, edit, sorry, I need to delete this. I need to copy both of this because there's the grass there, and then I'm gonna edit the boundary. I'm gonna delete this part right here. I'm gonna trim and extend here, and then for me I just need to trim this, not trim but the lay arc here. I think 3000, no, 5000, so that's good. We need to put this one to the outside right here. and then extend both of this. I think that's more than enough, and then let's just edit this one. We don't need this part right here. We don't need this part right here. We could just add one straightly and then do that. And then once we fill this one with cars as well and everything else, everything will look nice. I'm just going to extend this part right here as well, just in case that this will be something that will be shown in the background. At least I'll be able to put in something there. So at least we have our site ready. Will be our road. So something that we could manipulate later on. And then we could extend this part right here. Edit. And we could still add a building here if we want to. So now that we're done right here, click on save. We could prepare our sheets. So what we could do is we could go to sheets right here under your project browser, select that sheet, right click, new sheet. We have A0 metric that is already loaded here, but if you want a different one, we have it under title blocks, and then you can load one of this. But for me, A0 metric is good enough, so I'm gonna press OK. It will create a 101. We could change this one to A-000, and then from there it will start um, the sequence once we keep on adding sheets. Owner is ACD, Archcore Design, project is luxury apartment, and then this will be cover sheet. And it's up to you to put all of those information, and then here we just need to keep on adding sheets. So right click, new sheets, select A0 is already there. As you can see, it will keep on adding new sheets and the sequencing will be there. Of course, it doesn't know what the naming you're gonna do. So what you can do is you could go right here. You can put, for example, elevation here, or what you can do is select that here, like double click, and then here you can put, this will be site, this is first floor, and then you can put typical floors. Typical floors because from second up to the sixth floor is all typical floors. And then we have two elevations that we could add. So we could put elevation again. And then here, cover sheet. What we could do is we could go to our level 1. We could take an image. So go to your 3D, go to your camera, and then let's take a image like that. It will create an image that you want to show. Like I said, this is the one that I want to show. I'm going to put it on fine so that every detail will show. Consistent color. Probably I'm just going to put hidden. And then here, graphic display. I'm going to put shadow. Background will be gradient. Click apply and then OK. So this is the image that I want to show. And then I want to render as well. So to render it, you need to go to view and then render, and then this will pop out. You have different settings that you can put. Graph is the lowest, and most of the time this is the fastest because it's just showing you what it looks. So most of the time you do the graph first before you do any of this, like medium, high, best, and custom, because those are the ones that take time. So for this example, I'm gonna click on draft and click on render. So it only took around 10 seconds, and then after that you will have something that looks like this. You can change exposure by clicking here. You can make it darker, or you want to make it brighter. You can change this and click apply, and you can see it will show the change that you created. You can press OK and then save to project. Right now we don't have any renderings right here. Once you save it, you will have renderings right here now. So once you have that, you can close this. You go to your cover sheet and you just drag and drop. We don't want this view title, so we need to drag and drop and just click on no title. Because this is an image, you can double click, select that, and then you can make it bigger. Only if it's an image or a rendering that you added. You can even uh, import an image here. Like for me, I'm gonna do Twinmotion renderings because it's much superior than the Revit rendering, so I could import it right here. So now um, we need a drawing list. So what we need to do is go to our schedule, right click here, and then new sheet list. What we want to do is show the sheet number and then the sheet name. Click OK, and then it will create this sheet right here. You just need to drag and drop as well. I don't want the gap here, and then I want to make it bigger. So what we need to do is we need to go back to sheet list. You can double click right here, and then here you can filter appearance, uncheck this so it won't have that, as you can see. And then here you can put 6 and then 5, and then here 3.5 for the body. So title, header, and then body. After that, press OK. You can put this one as drawing list, and then because you already put it there, you can expand this and then change the size. So now it looks proper, looks much better. And then what you can do after that is, if you for example delete or add a sheet, it will automatically show here, so you don't need to view, or you don't need to worry about this. So now even if you change the name, it will change the name right here as well. So for example, if I change the name here, site plan, you can see that it changed itself. or if you want to add a new sheet, if you go back to the cover sheet, it will create that A006. So we don't need that. So let's just leave it like that. We're done with the cover sheet. And then now we just need to go to our site plan. If this happens to you, what you can do is you can edit the family. You can make this one smaller. Instead of that, you can put 8, load it to your project. Don't save it, no, but overwrite existing version and its parameter. So now everything will fit. You can even change the font size and the font style as well. So now we have something that like that. We can put in the site plan, but we need to double check first. If it's too big, we need to scale down or scale up. So this one looks too big, so we're deleting it. What we're gonna do is we need to go to site and then change this one to 1 is to 500. Go back to site plan and then see how it looks. I think 250 is good enough. So 1 is to 200. Let's do 1 is to 200. This one is just over a little bit, so this will be a custom. So here, create a custom. Ratio is 250. Display the name as well. And then here, as you can see, it's just exact. So what we need to do is we need to go to site. What we can do is we could select all of this and crop it ourselves, because we don't need some of this space right here. So we're gonna crop it to this part only. Also, if you notice, we don't need the grid lines. So VG on this, go to annotation, click on G to go to grids, apply OK, and then we don't need elevation tag. So VG again, go to elevation, and then click apply OK. So those are the stuff that we don't need. And as you can see, this is just a simple site plan. You can put in text to show the street name. So you can put Jan Ray, Jan Ray Drive, you can make it bigger if you want. So depending on what you want, this will be a different name. You could put Whitby Avenue, and those are the small information that you need to show. And then you can put shading. Usually it's 45 degrees, so that's perfect for the shading. And then I think that's good enough. We could just crop it on this side, and then as you can see, it's cropped there as well. I'm gonna go back and then just crop this side because we don't need it. So we have something that looks like that. What you can do is you can go to annotate, detailed line, and then thin line, so that you have a good border. So line, thin line, rectangle, and then you can put a rectangle there, because this line right here is not going to be shown in your print, because that is just the coverage of this one. So you need to uncheck that. This is the one that is going to be shown. So now you need this thin line annotate so that you have something that looks like this. If you want to change this, but you don't want to change the naming convention right here, what you need to do is you need to select the view and then go right here. You can put site plan. Click apply. So site plan again. You need to select here and then click apply. And then now select here under view so that you can change the lining there, and you will have the scale right here and then the drawing number. So now let's go back. Let's go to first floor. What we can do now is we could drag and drop level 1. Let's see how big it is. So we just need this part. So I think it's perfect enough. So what we need to do is we need to crop it. So we need the same way that we did, and then here we just need to check all of this, select here, and then crop it like that. So we just need this part right here. This is site, so you can do VG and then go to site so that those ones won't appear. For this one, you could just hide it, hide the element, and then hide this one as well. And then now you could just showcase this part, go to your first floor, drag and drop again, and as you can see, it looks nice there. What you can do is you can go to your site and then you could copy the way you put the border right there. Of course, this is different, so we could just increase it right here, change the naming, so select that. This will be first floor. Select here first and then click apply, and then select the view and then drag this line. So now this one looks good, and then just put in level 2 so that we have the typical. But before that, let's view this. It looks good, but we need to double check how this is presented. So here we could just crop this a little bit and then uncheck that, go to typical, select that right here, go back to first floor, select this thin line, select here so that we can have the same location, and we just need to manipulate here. And then select the view again. I want to change it here, typical floor plan. Select right here and then click apply. It will change. Press escape, select in the view so that you could change this one. So now everything looks good. What we could do as well is go to our elevation. Let's see how this one will look from our east elevation. If it's too big, we need to crop it. If it's too small, we need to scale it up and down. So here is just perfect. We just need to basically crop this. So we need to check all of this, click apply, crop it right here. We don't need to scale it down or up. And what we can do next is click fine so that everything is shown. Graphic display, we just need to change it a bit so that it looks presentable, and then shadows like that. Go to north, check all of this, click apply again, go and crop all of this. We don't need those. Click it to find, and then here graphic display, turn on shadows, and then the background to gradient. Click apply and then OK. And then do the same thing right here. Click define, display, shadow, and then gradient right here. And then lastly, crop this fast. Make this define. Click on shadows and then background. So now just go to your elevation and then just drag and drop everything because everything is prepared. Go to your south. So go right here, click on south elevation and then your west elevation. You can move it a little bit upwards so that we have room. Okay, so I believe that's done. We could click on print, choose your printer, select right here, put it back to combine, or else it will separate each and every PDF. Click on select right here, uncheck this, check all, so everything is checked, save as. You can put any name, full set, so you could have a preset of the full set that you need. Press OK and then OK again, and just wait for it to print. So here we're just gonna save this, and then after that let's open right here. We have our first page, second page, first floor, typical floor. We have our elevations, and that's how it looks. And before that, let's see like the border that we created using our annotation, using our detailed line. So those are the things that are very important so that it looks professional. So before we go, what we're gonna do is we're going to select the rendering. So 3D view 1-1 underscore 1. We need to set this one. So manage, make this our first or starting view. So we just need to look for that. Those are renderings. And then every time we open this, this is the look that we're going to have. So something different that we could do. So now we can save. And thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the sheets. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I notice is I have this on this level. So I'm gonna select visible in view, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it to -200, and then it will go down. Also this one, select visible, -200, and then here as well. So anything that we place as a decal here, you wanna put it at -200. So those are done. We also have this one as well. Select visible, -200. Double check the site. I noticed that some of them are, just going to select them and then nudge it a little bit at the top so that everything is good. This is placed right here, -200 as well. So now everything is on the ground. I'm double checking everything. And also I want to align this top right here into this top. So I just noticed that they don't have the same height. So something quick to do. Now you want to do is save it. Here you need to put it in fine. And then after that, let's go to Twinmotion. Go to the Twinmotion plugin and then click on Scene in Twinmotion. Let's wait for it to synchronize. And then here you need to click on New Project and then press OK. It will synchronize again, and it's just bringing all the data and everything from Revit to Twinmotion. So once it's ready, we'll be able to see our model. So now our model is being shown right here. We need to change our speed to at least 6 for now so that it's faster, and then go to number 4 afterwards, maybe 5, in order for us to zoom in here quickly, and then put it to 4 once you're here. So now what we're gonna do is we need to save this first. So save this to the location that you want to, and then save this now. So once you save that, we need to go to our burger menu and then sign in to Epic Games. And then now we're ready to put in materials, and we'll be able to use Quick Mega Scans as well. So here, go to material, go to glass, and then here we use two-sided glass, and then we put in opacity and then the color below like that. And then also we have this. So this is another one. Maybe we could put acrylic pattern panel. So depending on what we want, at least this one is its own. We don't need to worry about. So we can do this as well, something different, and we can also change. So the good thing about this is it has this kind of pattern. It's not visible enough in order for you to see, but maybe we could scale it a bit. Something different that we could add, and as you can see, it's good enough. Maybe if we change this to this panel just to give it some extra detail. Let's look for more. If we put this, scaling will be like that, but it's weird now. So might as well just put it on the previous. So I believe this one or this one will give that nice pattern look right there. And then increase opacity and then change it, make it a little bit dark, and there we go. Something different for that one. I kind of like that web looking material right there. And then here it's just basic two-sided, opacity up and then down for this one. What I'm gonna do next is we're going to go to our settings, and then here under camera you want to make sure you have your parallelism on, and then visual effects, we want it to be blue tint. So that's just my preference, but it's up to you guys. Whatever you choose, you want to make sure that you like the look for that. And then after that, I'm gonna use is a metal pattern. So under metal, go down, and we have this aluminum panels right here. And we've used this before. And then let's change the scaling. If we do, um, this one is different. And then we also have this pattern right here. So might as well put this one right here. And then we need to change the material color. So I want it to be a little bit dark, grayish dark. So I think this one will be enough. Scaling is good. Bump is 100. I want to see the lighting and everything. And now we need to select this one. This is aluminum. We want to turn it on, so that's turned on already. And then we want to make it black, so it pops out on everything that we have right here. So that looks good. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to look for a stone material for this. I was thinking of adding this one instead because this is my favorite stone pattern. Yeah, why not add this one? And then we want to make this one dark. So what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna use metal, but instead something like just a paint, a simple paint, satin, and then I want to make it black so it pops out as well. So as you can see, it looks really good now. And then of course we're not gonna just simply just leave this one white. We're going to change this material as well. I want to see in Quixel Mega Scans. I think plaster and then painted, and then I'll probably use stucco facade. It looks good, but what if we change the material or the color? Maybe something different now, because we always have the gray to gray. So now we have this maroon like color. So as you can see, you could recreate it by just jotting down all of this RGB numbers, and it's up to you to make it dark or black or whatever you wish. And then now let's go to concrete. I want probably a painted concrete, um, something that I think will be good enough. Maybe a painted concrete that is black. We could put this one as black, and then from the inside we can make it gray. So here I'm going to make this one concrete white and then darken it afterwards. And then here another concrete, but I want this one to be gray. So still gray on gray, but still that looks nice. I like that we put a dark maroon here, finish right there. And then maybe we could just make this one black as well if you want, so that everything is consistent. I think that looks good. Everything looks proper now. In terms of materials, I like everything that we've used. So now let's concentrate on this one. So we need to go back to material, and we have different concrete here. What I want to do is go to the ground, man-made, and we have some asphalt right here. I'll probably use another one that is lighter, and then here this one is stucco facade because the paint that we use here is different. So what I'm gonna do is we need to go back to Revit in order for that to be resolved. So let's save this first, and then we're probably going to use, instead of this paint, we're gonna use something else, maybe earth. So I'm gonna use earth, and then just click all of this again. You just need to be patient and then just change this material right here so that we could properly add the materials. So now just go, hold on shift, rotate it. I think that's good enough. It's the same color as what we have right now. So I'm gonna save it and then see in Twinmotion again. So now we just need to go back to Twinmotion. Let's wait for it to synchronize again. It will change the material, and then here we need to change the material for the parking stripe. So now we have the earth right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this material first. I'm gonna check this one, paint white for this. So why not put it back to paint white? So before that, gonna select that. I don't want to go back to this one anymore, but we have no choice. There we go. Let's just put paint white there and then go back to Quixel Megascan and then plaster, paint, stucco. And then here we just need to go right about there. Scale it a bit to give that texture, and you want to make sure this is the one that you want. Make it darker if you want, but at least we have a different color there that we don't usually use, just to change it up a little bit. And then this one needs to be reflective because this is metal. I don't want it to be reflective, so that's why I want to use that. This one, I think it's too much for the stucco. Not too much for that. The scaling is, I think that's good enough. So now let's concentrate on the ground again, man-made, and then here for the sidewalk we wanted this concrete right here with the pattern. I think that's good enough for that. We already have this concrete for this one, and then maybe for the road we're going to have this concrete road number 4. Scale it up if you want. We can even make it this one if we want. Just to change it up a little bit. We want the shot to be like this. Put some background, some grass and everything. And then before we finish, I want to at least add some cars right here. Right there, and then just keep on adding. Maybe I want red instead. Different orientation if you want. And then here as well. Let's add one more right here. Change it to silver. And that looks good. We're gonna fill it up with those, and then we need some backgrounds to be added on this side as well as that side as well. So we need all of those, and then we're also going to add some cars here as well. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start setting up the Twinmotion. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So last thing we did is we added some cars. I wanna push it back like that. And then now we want to add all of those here as well. Let's get all of this, and then I want to do is to copy or shift them so that it's easier for me to just copy them and add them as well. Although it's all same, it's just adding or populating the and then just changing the material or the finish. So here the color, let's put it to white. It's not something that we're gonna see anyway, so I'm just adding those quickly. And then here as well, we can add more. But at least change the color. And then at least the orientation is being changed as well. So we can just leave that one part. What we can do is we could add in some decals right here. So the decals is under object, decals, and then we could add this crossing zebra. Click on tab. I want to change this size. So at least we have that part, and then holding on shift, and we could just add those multiples. Hold shift, copy it, instant, and then rotate it 90 degrees, and then we have it for the other side. And then why not add it onto this side as well. So that looks good. We have our crossing sign right there. At least we'll be able to have this long image right here. Next thing that I want to take care of is we have some user library here. We want to add some buildings. So we want to add buildings on this side. And then maybe we could rotate this 90 degrees and then add multiple buildings like that. Something like that right here. So we could take an image and then we have something like that. We're also going to add another building right here that is different. Not sure how this one looks, but I feel like it will take over the image that we have. So I'm gonna put it at the back instead. I think at the back is good enough. And then maybe here we could add in some buildings. Something like that right there. I'm going to change it to maybe 2 buildings. And then we could add more on this side so that we could have a reflection. So I'm just adding this right here so that I could get reflection in regards with our model right there. Pull it back. I know those that it's not gonna be seen anymore, but just add it for now. This one we need to pull it down and then just I think having this building right here, I think this is good enough. Or what we could do is I could delete that one and then instead I'm gonna copy our luxury apartment. So add to user library, and then once it's added we could add it here, and then at least we could see that we have multiple buildings like that. So we just need to look for it. Not sure if it was created, but I'm just scanning it now. Exterior house. Low-rise condo. We have this one as well. This is from a previous project that we did. So if we add this, It will be nice as well. But before we add that, let's save this because we don't know if it will crash or not. So this low rise, we could basically add it right here. I'm gonna delete this first, or just swing this one onto this side. And then this one, we could scale it a bit more. I feel like we could definitely scale this up a little bit. So to scale this up, you do drop down and then go to the last part. And then now look for, so it's not letting me scale it. So if not, I'm just gonna use that. So but by adding this, it's actually going to make it really hard because some of them are like big. And then we're gonna put more cars onto the road, and then also, so let's go to decal, and then we need line right here, scale it a bit. At least this is two-way street. And then click on tab. And then here we need to just make it, I think, 6 more. So it's weird because I did scale it. So I'm just gonna delete it first. I'm not gonna scale it so that it doesn't, because some of the things that I have doesn't scale. So maybe because of that, then maybe 10 more just to add that. And then we're going to add it on this side as well. We need to go right here. And then we need to add a line that is not, it's not a dash line. So I'm gonna put 25. But as you can see, still keeps on making a dash. So that's the only thing that I don't like about this. Or we could do double marking. We could put 40. That's good enough. I'm gonna copy that on the other side as well. There we go. So double line marking. I'm going to make it centered at least. And then now we could put maybe the dash line. Or this line. So line marking, we're gonna convert that to dash line. We can put 3. It's just weird that it's changing lines like that. Let's put that one. Hold on shift and then put 20. And then probably just gonna copy that and then hold on shift. And then just go all the way up, hold on shift, all the way down. And then just copy them. Just a quick way of adding these details right here. It takes a while, but if you want to show your building with this, I think that's the best thing that you can do. And then that's when we're going to add more cars. That's the only thing that we didn't do, is to check the sizing. I was just in a rush on doing this, but it is what it is. We could just showcase this first. These are the most important part because this is what is going to be shown. So we need to fill this up with cars as much as possible. And then here it's gonna be hectic because we need to rotate them. Something like this image would be good enough. I think having that one is good enough like that. So in the next video, we're going to add some grass and then some trees. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 20 of this luxury apartment. Let's get started. So in the previous video, you were able to add all the cars. Um, I added more cars actually, and as you can see, I just copy all of this. So quick way to do this is just copying like this, and then you can put multiple, and then just changing the material or the color. You will be able to add all of this instantly. So I just added offline so that we could do much better, and then we could add, or we could create a more populated scene. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select all of the grass floor, and then I'm going to isolate them, and then here, because we isolated them, we'll be able to add vegetation. So I'm gonna use vegetation paint, go back, go to grass, and then I'm gonna select long grass. Select this to increase the density, and then after that select this one, vegetation paint. You can increase the diameter if you want. For me, this one is more than enough, so I'm just going to add this. All of this, are some of them is not going to be shown, but I'm still going to add them in case that we show them in a video. And it's fairly quickly fairly quick the way we're adding this, because we only have a strip of grass floor that we need to add. Okay, so now if you see this, this one looks good. Now we need to isolate off, and as you can see we have those ones added there. And now what we could do is we could add our trees. I don't want to add a big tree right in front of this. It's because I want to showcase the building. So now I'm probably going to add like a strip of this height only, small ones that we could just add. And then this kind of trees is the one that we need to add at the back right here. Something like that. And then we have these small ones for this part right here. And we could put probably 6 more. And then maybe the last one we could delete. And then we could just add another small ones right here. And then we also have to add on this side. This side we could just add something like this. Maybe put 20 of them all the way there. And then here as well, maybe 3 more. And then this building, we can move it a bit like that. This is too near right here. So we have some space to look at. And then we can pull this back as well. And then we could add a tree right here as well. Maybe one right here, and then different kinds right here. And then we could add this one. And then you could select this, and then so that you could just add something like this beside them instantly. And as you can see, it looks really good having those mungo pies right there. Mungo pies. And let's just add more right here just for background in case we have a reflection there. You could basically see how that looks. And here we could add in some trees, then put in 10 more all the way there. And just by adding those, it makes a big difference in our scene right here. I want this big ones. And then let's not forget this part right here for background. And then you want to make sure you save it just in case. So now, or probably one of our image is doing like this right here, showing you a view here. We could change the focal point or focal view, something like that, and we have this showing. So I'm just gonna do that. We're gonna do it step by step, depending on what are we doing in the building. I'm gonna add that one there, and maybe one right here, exiting here as well. And one more exiting here. So because of that, it looks really good. I would turn on. So let's go to image, not image, sorry, rendering. I'm probably gonna turn on the path tracer. Let's put this one to low first and see how it looks. I'm gonna change the environment to Skyline HDRI. And then here, we're gonna choose a different one. Here we have sky. We have maybe morning and then overcast. Something like this. We could change intensity depending on what we want. We have cloudy right here. And then we have noon. We have something like this right already set up. And then here, let's see how it looks, which is really good. I like the effect. I'm gonna put this right here. Maybe this one. Let's see how this one looks first. But I'm probably will do the moon overcast. This actually is much better. I like that it's blocking this one, and this one is blocking the look right there. So I think I have one of this look right here. I'm gonna change the exposure, and then here ambient. So we have one image like this. I'm gonna create an image now, but before that I'm gonna change it to high, click more, camera, and then I want to change the focal length. I think that looks amazing right there. Okay, so now I'm just going to click that, refresh, and then quit. And then now we could go right here, zoom it. I want a different view now. I'm probably going to add more trees right here. Maybe 6 more. And then adding this one as well. I just want to have a background there like that. I think that's good enough. And then if we take an image, fix it a little bit, fix this one, move it a little bit there so that everything is showing properly. Okay, so now click that, change the focal length if you want. I think that's good enough. You don't actually need to change it, but you want to make sure you turn this on under high. So we have our second image. Then let's look for another image. We need this kind of background right here. So I'm going to add more in that background. Although this is too crowded now, just going to delete this. Change this color. I haven't seen this color. I'll put beige then. Then I think this is good for my third image. Make sure to put this into high, fix it a bit, and then make sure to refresh it. Click right here. That's our fourth image that we haven't done yet. So I'll probably going to delete this. I'll move this back a bit. I'll move it again at the back. I need more room here. I could just move, replace this one. And probably something like this. Another image like this. And turn this on. I want to put a background there, like a building background. So let me go to my user library and then probably one of these big ones right here. There we go. That looks good. Looks much better. And then I'll create another image. Then one more back image like this. There we go. I think that's good enough. And you want to make sure to save it. And let me quickly create video. So I'm gonna create a video. So I'm gonna click on video right here, create. So what I want to do is my first shoot is like this, going inside around 6. This first. This will be another 6. I'm gonna do this aerial view, something like that. And that's good enough. You can put it at 8, and then like that. 5, going like this. 6 image like that. Maybe just 2 seconds. Like this image, 2 seconds as well. Another going up image, something like this first. 5. 2 seconds right here. Entrance right here. And then going out. 4 seconds. Going right here. And then out. Another 4 seconds. And then I think that's good enough. And this one, make it 5 or maybe 6. Okay, and then here we could just duplicate this, rename this as show reel, and then this one is shorts, and this one we just need to change the format 1000 and then 700. And what you need to do is just review this quickly. Looks okay, and then you just need to save it and then export it. Make sure every path tracer is on. You can see this icon right there, and then you just need to start export. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.